Chapter 248 Apology. Chapter 248 Apology. In the Guqin Gardens, a group of cultivators landed mightily. They were the people from the Nangong family. Today, the Nangong family was supposed to hold a birthday banquet. However, because of a letter, the banquet was cancelled directly. Many cultivators from the Nangong family forced Nangong Cheng and his son to come to the Guqin Gardens to apologize. However, they did not see Futian and the rest. There were only two maidservants cleaning the courtyard of the Guqin Gardens. According to the maidservants, the people from the Guqin Gardens had gone to the academy. The people from the Nangong family could only change their route and head to the Zhenwu Academy. The Zhenwu Academy was in the divine capital ancient city. Although it was inferior to the college as a cultivation organization in the divine capital, it was naturally very powerful as well. The academy was expansive and majestic. Strolling in the academy, Yi Futian and his team seemed very leisurely. Although I have grown up, I still feel somewhat familiar with this place. I miss the past, Yi Futian smiled and said. There were many schools and academies in the divine prefectures of the east, and almost all the larger cities would have them. He had once cultivated in the academies in the city of Qingzhou and the city of Donghai. Therefore, the scene caused him to recall his memories, as if he had returned to the past. Do you miss your sister Qin Yi or Feng Qingxue? Hua Fenglu smiled and said. He clearly knew what Yi Futian did in the Qingzhou Academy. Hearing Hua Fengliu's words, Yi Futian looked speechless, then said, Master, I am only purely a good friend with sister Qin Yi and Feng Qingxue. The thing that I miss the most in the Qingzhou Academy is, of course, getting to know Jieyu and you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the achievements I have now. Everyone glanced at Yi Futian as if they were already used to it and did not feel strange. Makes sense. Hua Fenglu smiled and nodded. Trainer Hua. Occasionally on their way, young people would pass by and greet Hua Fenglu and the rest. They were the trainers in the academy, and naturally many disciples knew them. It was only that in the Zhenwu Academy, there was not much respect in the eyes of the disciples. After all, Hua Fenglu and the rest were not very famous. In the Zhenwu Academy, only the very strong trainers were highly respected. Even Yi Xiang, who was previously the head of the school of the finance star in Donghai Academy, was only an ordinary trainer here. Instead, Nandu Wanyin and Tang Lan were more popular. The group strolled casually in the academy, and Hua Fenglu brought Yi Futian to the academy grounds. There was a large gymnasium where one could cultivate and carry out friendly fights. After that, they went to the lecture zone. The lecture halls in the Zhenwu Academy were very huge. Some lecture halls were filled with disciples, while others were mostly empty. It depended on whether the trainer was powerful and famous. In the Zhenwu Academy, apart from opening lectures which academy disciples can attend freely, trainers may also take on some personal disciples to teach. Of course, there are also disciples who want to actively follow the good trainers, Hua Fenglu said. Master, don't you plan to take on a few more disciples? Yi Futian asked. Hua Fenglu shook his head gently. At the moment he no longer had such a thought. In the first place, those outstanding geniuses would not look up to him and worship him as a master. Even if they were willing to, he also did not have such a thought. Although he would bicker with Yi Futian frequently, he had taken this particular disciple as his son-in-law. Trainer Hua. At the moment, a teenage girl ran over and looked at Hua Fenglu nervously. Yes? Hua Fenglu asked. Clenching her fist anxiously and looking at Hua Fenglu, she said, Trainer Hua, I want to worship you as my master. Hua Fenglu smiled and replied, If you want to hear my lectures in the future, you can come anytime. No, I am referring to you becoming my actual master. Last time I mentioned it to you. You should know, the girl said again. I don't take on disciples. Hua Fenglu smiled and shook his head. A tinge of disappointment appeared on the face of the girl. Yi Futian looked at the girl, and then at his master, and blinked his eyes. It seems that the master is still very attractive. Holier than thou. In the distance a cold voice spread out. A lady said to the girl before Hua Fenglu, Yuqing, I am willing to take you as my disciple. The girl looked at the lady and said softly, Thank you, Trainer Han, but that won't be necessary. I really don't know what you are thinking about. The lady's age was similar to Nandu Wanyin, and her appearance was quite outstanding as well, although clearly not as good as Nandu Wanyin's. However, there seemed to be an aura from her body as she glanced at Hua Fenglu and said, "There are many excellent trainers in the academy. Yuqing, why do you need to have such a one-track mind?" Yuqing smiled bitterly. She always felt that Hua Fenglu was uniquely charming. Although his level was not very high, it felt very comfortable to listen to his lectures. Trainer Han took a deep look at Hua Fenglu and said monotonously, "Can you stop being so holier than thou? In the whole academy, maybe only you few do not take on disciples. I'm afraid that I will mislead them." Hua Fenglu also did not mind her attitude and smiled. Trainer Han did not say anything. Hua Fenglu had spoken so nicely. What could she blame him for? "Girl, there are so many trainers in the academy. Why do you need to be so stubborn?" At that moment, a middle-aged man walked over and said to Yuqing, "Trainer Mo," Yuqing called. "Not many people even go to his lectures, but you want him to become your master? I really don't know what you are thinking. Isn't Trainer Han better than him?" Trainer Mo did not look at Hua Fenglu and only said to Yuqing, "Trainer Han really appreciates you. If you become her disciple, I will also teach you when I have time in the future." Yuqing's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Hua Fenglu, and then looked at Trainer Han and Trainer Mo. The latter was a rather famous trainer in Zhanwu Academy, and was very strong. "Since you have advised me, I am willing to learn under Trainer Han," Yuqing said. Trainer Han smiled and nodded. "All right. Since you have made your decision, come with me." After she finished speaking, the few walked past Hua Fenglu. Yuqing looked at Hua Fenglu again with some nostalgia in her eyes. "Master, why don't you take any disciples?" "I feel that it's not bad," Yi Futian said softly. Hua Fenglu widened his eyes at Yi Futian and said, "You want me to find a junior sister for you?" "Aye." Yi Futian was speechless. Trainer Mo and Trainer Han walked on the path in the academy. At the moment, a faint arrogance could still be seen on the face of Trainer Mo. He disliked Hua Fenglu and his team because their levels were not high, yet they thought that they were morally superior. Trainer Mo said, "Such a hypocritical guy. Even though Hua Fenglu is somewhat arrogant, I don't think he is hypocritical." Trainer Han shook her head and did not agree with his opinion. With such a level, what does he have to be arrogant about? Do you think he can teach any outstanding disciples? It was only because it was Yuqing. Otherwise, who would want to become his disciple? Trainer Mo gave a cold humph. Just as they were speaking, a group of people in front flashed towards them mightily. Seeing the figure who was pale and severely injured, Trainer Han and Trainer Mo's expressions both changed slightly. Is that Nangong Cheng? Also, he knew the elder at the front. He was an elder in the Nangong family and had a very high position. Walking forward, Trainer Mo bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior Nangong. What has happened? What happened to Brother Nangong?" "Have you seen Hua Fenglu and his group?" the elder asked. "I just saw them." Trainer Mo nodded and felt somewhat strange. "Where? Can you lead the way?" the elder asked. "Sure. I am willing to serve you, Senior," Trainer Mo said politely. The Nangong family was a noble family nearby, and had a very huge influence on the academy. However, he did not understand why they were looking for Hua Fenglu. Could it be that Hua Fenglu broke into a conflict with Nangong Cheng and injured him? Trainer Han was also puzzled. The three turned around and walked back towards the place where Hua Fenglu was at. At the moment, many people from the Zhanwu Academy gathered and followed them. Many cultivators from the Nangong family had come mightily, and were looking for Hua Fenglu. Why? Yi Futian, Hua Fenglu, and the rest were still strolling around casually and chatting. It was quite rare that they could be so comfortable, apart from the small episode that occurred a while ago which they did not really mind. There. At the moment, a group of strong cultivators was talking at them from the back. Seemed to have felt something. Yi Futian and the rest turned around and saw the people from the Nangong family walking over. What's happening? Seeing Nangong Cheng's miserable status, Hua Fenglu was somewhat stunned. Just now Yi Futian had gone out and he did not know what Yi Futian had done. Very quickly, the people from the Nangong family approached them and stopped a short distance away. The elder in front glanced at everyone and then looked at Yi Futian. At the moment, another cultivator came over. It was a senior in the academy who heard that the Nangong family had come and hurried to the place. Seeing Nangong Cheng, the person from the academy frowned and walked forward to take a look at Nangong Cheng. after which he said, "Who did this?" "Me," the elder said. "Brother Nangong." The senior from the academy was stunned. The elder walked forward and said, "Make them kneel." Yes. The people from the Nangong family forced Nangong Chung and his son to walk forward and kneel down on the ground. The two looked at Yi Futian and their faces were as pale as ash. They could not stop feeling regret. How could Hua Fenglu actually have such a disciple? If they had known earlier, they would not have dared to plan and think about such ideas. The people around were all shocked by the actions of the Nangong family. The elder from the Nangong family had forced Nangong Chung and his son to kneel down before Hua Fenglu. What was happening? Hua Fenglu and the rest were merely ordinary trainers. Trainer Han and Trainer Imo also looked at the scene dumbfounded. They felt very confused. At the moment, the elder from the Nangong family walked in front of Yi Futian. He folded his hands and said, "I am Nangong Tung. The people in my family are not well disciplined, and these two have been doing much evil outside. Now their powers have already been permanently destroyed. Mr. Yi, you can punish them as you wish." Nangong Tung. Some younger people felt astonished. The second most powerful person from the Nangong family, Nangong Tung, a strong noble, was actually apologizing to an 18-year-old teenager. Moreover, he was allowing Yi Futian to punish Nangong Chung freely. Who is this young man? Trainer Han and Trainer Imo froze as they stared at Yi Futian. Does this young man beside Hua Fenglu have any identity? Mr. Yi? There should be no families with the surname of Yi in the divine capital. Yi Futian had sent the letter and naturally knew that the Nangong family would help him settle the issue. However, the fact that the Nangong family paid such close attention was also unexpected. "You can just ask my master." Yi Futian took a step back and stood behind Hua Fenglu. Nangong Tung's eyes sparkled and he looked at Hua Fenglu. He had just heard from Nangong Chung that Yi Futian, whose name had shocked the Eastern Baron territory, actually had a master who was a trainer in the Zhenwu Academy. Nangong Tung folded his hands at Hua Fenglu to salute and said, "I already know what this bastard wanted to do. He really cannot be forgiven. Mr. How do you want to handle him? I will surely give you a satisfactory answer." The people in the academy all looked at Hua Fenglu in shock. Even if Nangong Tung from the Nangong family was to face the head of the academy, he would also not need to salute him like this. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin glanced at Yi Futian. Did this guy do this on purpose? Now everyone in the Zhenwu Academy will probably know about this. Nangong Chung, I know that you had evil intentions and wanted to take something from me. Now you suffer because of yourself. Why? Hua Fenglu looked at Nangong Chung and shook his head. Nangong Cheng's heart was filled with hatred at the moment. Since he's your disciple, why didn't you say it? Nangong Chung stared at Hua Fenglu in anger. Hearing his words, Hua Fenglu shook his head. Nangong Chung meant that if Yi Futian was not his disciple, he would be able to do whatever he wished. Although this kind of person was miserable, he did not deserve sympathy. Bring him away. Hua Fenglu waved his hand and said, "Chase the both of them out of the Nangong family. Bring them away." Nangong Tung glanced at Nangong Chung coldly. This bastard actually still does not feel regret. Does he want to drag the family into this? Someone walked forward and dragged Nangong Chung and his son away. Everyone was shocked. Who exactly is Hua Fenglu's disciple? Trainer Han and Trainer Imo were both not calm. It turned out that Hua Fenglu did have a personal disciple. Furthermore, it was a person whom even the Nangong family did not dare to offend. The girl Yuqing looked at Hua Fenglu and then at Yi Futian, feeling very disappointed. Actually, is it because I am too weak? At the moment, Nangong Jiao walked out from the group and said to Yi Futian, "I am Nangong Jiao. Since you have asked someone to pass the letter to me, you should remember me, right?" She was the star of the Nangong family, the genius who had entered the college, Nangong Jiao. She had also come. "Yeah, I do have some impression." Yi Futian nodded gently. "After I received the letter, grandfather started to handle this issue immediately. This had indeed been caused by Nangong Chung and his son, and the Nangong family absolutely did not even think about dealing with your master and your sister Tangwan. I hope that you will believe me," Nangong Jiao said. Tangwan glanced at Yi Futian. "Since when did I become his sister?" As for the people around, they were absolutely shocked. Not only did the second most powerful person from the Nangong family come to apologize, but Nangong Jiao, a college disciple, came here personally and apologized for the issue as well. This matter will end here, Yi Futian said to Nangong Jiao. Hearing Yi Futian's words, a smile appeared on the face of Nangong Jiao. Her cold and arrogant demeanor was actually very nice when she smiled. Then she said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, I am really grateful that you can understand this. If you have any requests, please tell us. The Nangong family will surely fulfill it." Nangong Tung folded his hands and said, "That won't be necessary. I said that the matter is already over," Yi Futian said. Only then did the people from the Nangong family heave a sigh of relief. Nangong Tung saluted at Yi Futian again and said, "Today, I am really fortunate to be able to see the young genius who shocked the entire Eastern Barren territory. I believe that in the future, Mr. Yi, you will also become reputed in the entire world just like the eldest and third disciples from the cottage. I will leave first." After he finished speaking, he backed away slowly. He turned around and the people from the Nangong family left. However, everyone's heart trembled as they looked at Yi Futian in astonishment. The person had shocked the Eastern Barren territory, was a cottage disciple, and his surname was Yi. Did they even need to guess who the person was? Yi Futian from the cottage. Chapter 249 Swordmaster. Chapter 249. Swordmaster. Seeing the extremely deferential behavior from the Nangong family, Yi Futian muttered uncontrollably, "Is the cottage that scary? The second sister is so good, and Sister Shinger is gentle as well. The few brothers are all honest scholars." Hearing his words, everyone felt somewhat speechless. The cottage was obviously not scary, and it was instead a holy land for cultivation where countless people in the Eastern Barren territory dreamed of going. However, the cottage would not take in any students at all. The deterrent force of the cottage came from its history of fame. In the past, it became famous because of 2 battles, and now the battle outside the Qin Imperial Palace would need to be included as well. The people from the Nangong family offended Yi Futian, so how could they dare not to come and apologize? There were so many warnings from the overturned carts in front of them. Don't you know it for yourself? Yi Xiang widened his eyes at Yi Futian. This guy caused the trouble, and now he is acting innocent? Thinking about the words that Yi Futian had said in the morning, that he wanted to take a look around the academy, they finally understood that he had clearly planned everything beforehand. It seemed that in the future, they would not be able to stay unnoticed in the academy. Of course, people like Nangong Chang would also not appear again. Your disciple Yu Sheng is in the cottage as well. So in the future, wouldn't everyone be scared of you? Yi Futian smiled and said. At that moment, someone walked over to them. It was an elder of the academy. He looked at Yi Futian and then glanced at Yu Sheng who was beside Yi Xiang, after which he said, "I heard that during that time, the cottage juniors Yi Futian and Yu Sheng battled many Dharma playing cultivators from the Donghua clan, and this caused all the following events. I did not expect to see you two in the academy today. Senior, you are flattering me." Yi Futian bowed slightly, appearing to be very polite. Then he said, "Even if I have some achievements, it's all because the 2 masters have taught me well. Otherwise, I would not be who I am today. This time, I came down from the Book Mountain and know that my master has been cultivating in the academy. Therefore, I came here to take a walk, which caused the subsequent disturbance. I hope that, Senior, you will not blame me. It's only a small matter. Don't mention it." The elder smiled and waved his hands. Then, he looked at Hua Fenglu and Yi Xiang. "You two have taught such outstanding disciples. However, in the academy, you have only taken on the role of a trainer and do not take in disciples. This is too much." Many disciples of the academy who had come looked at Yi Xiang and Hua Fenglu, and their eyes seemed to be sparkling with fire. Hua Fenglu and Yi Xiang always had a low profile in the academy, and would not take in disciples. Now it seemed that they just thought the other students were not talented enough. "I am used to being quiet and no longer have such a desire." Hua Fenglu smiled and shook his head. "All right, it's all up to you. I will disturb you no longer. You can continue to take a good stroll in the academy," the elder smiled and said. Then he left the area. The 2 genius juniors of the cottage were both disciples taught by the trainers in their academy. It would definitely help the Zhenwu Academy to gain some reputation outside. After the elder left, Trainer Han and Trainer Mo still looked at Hua Fenglu. Holier than thou? They were the masters of Yi Futian and Yu Shang. Even if they behaved in a holier-than-thou manner, what could anyone else say? Beside them, the look of the girl Yuqing was somewhat dim. Trainer Hua's disciple was Yi Futian. It was no wonder that he was unwilling to take her on as a disciple. "Let's go," Hua Fenglu said softly. The group turned around and left, continuing to stroll in the academy. Hua Fenglu said to Yi Futian, "Are you pleased now?" "No. Master, sometimes I am really envious of you," Yi Futian said, as if he was deep in thought. "Envious of me?" Hua Fenglu looked at him. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded and smiled at Hua Fenglu. "I am envious that you have such an outstanding disciple." Hua Fenglu looked at Yi Futian and said, "Did you come back because you could no longer muddle along on the mountain?" "How could that be? The brothers and sisters have been very nice to me," Yi Futian said. "It's all right. Even if you are chased away from the mountain, I will keep you here," Hua Fenglu said earnestly. Yi Futian's face turned black. "Master, I know that you love me the most." Yi Futian could feel his face wet with tears. "Was I muddling along that badly?" Yi Futian spent a few days with his master. Then, he left the academy and returned to the cottage to cultivate. There would be a great fight at the start of the next year which would stir up the entire Eastern Barren territory. Although with his current level there was nothing that he could decide, he still wanted to do something. He had already entered the 5th level Dharma plane at the moment, but it was still too low. Apart from raising his level, there were also a lot of things he needed to learn. Therefore, he should really quieten down and focus for a period of time. The days in the cottage were always so peaceful and harmonious, and there were no disputes here. The second sister could decide on everything, so who dared to quarrel? Of course, Yi Futian's status in the cottage was making the rest of the brothers more and more jealous of him. The second sister was really too good to him. As for the third brother, the second sister was still cold and indifferent towards him. This was the business between the second sister and the third brother, and nobody dared to say anything about it, unless they wanted to get a beating. Days passed by one just like this. Without realizing it, it was already close to the end of the year. The atmosphere of the entire vast Eastern Barren territory seemed to change. A major event that would stir up the Eastern Barren territory was about to happen. All the top forces were preparing for it. At the eastern region of the Eastern Barren territory, where the mountains pierced into the sky, there were 7 summits towering into the clouds, as if they wanted to connect with the heaven. This was where the Futian Sword Clan was located at. On the 7th summit of the Futian Sword Clan, a one-armed figure stood above the cloud sea, his eyes closed firmly. On top of the cloud sea, 9 powerful cultivators were standing in various directions, each holding a sword. Sword wills flew all over the place, and even the cloud sea seemed to be splitting apart as ear-piercing noises spread continuously. Before a cliff, an elder stood quietly and looked at the many figures above the cloud sea in front of him. An eagle seemed to whiz over in the sky and give a long twitch. At the same moment, sword wills erupted suddenly and fiercely. In just an instant, the terrifying sword wills flooded everything. It was as if countless beams of sword light struck towards the figure who was standing quietly above the cloud sea. The 9 figures moved simultaneously and cast various sword techniques from 9 different directions. The afterimages of sword filled the sky, as if they had turned into a frightening sword matrix. There were no loopholes and no way out. It seemed that just this one strike would kill the person in the middle. They struck out their swords at an incredible speed, and their sword wills were extremely fierce. Clearly, they showed no mercy at all. Even though the one-armed swordsman was a personal disciple of the Summit Lord, since he had chosen to challenge the 9 execution sword matrix, he would still die if he lost. This was the cruelest challenge on the 7th summit. In the past, many exceptionally talented swordsmen had died in the 9 execution sword matrix. Therefore, the 7th summit always had the least disciples in the Futian Sword Clan. The 9 execution sword matrix was undefeatable. The one-armed figure finally moved. He raised his head slightly and opened his eyes, glancing at everyone. At the same time, the sword held by his only arm also moved. In an instant, the 9 people seemed to notice 9 beams of sword light striking towards all of them. The 9 people changed their moves immediately in one go, sealing the 9 beams of light directly. The 9 execution sword matrix was the strongest battle sword matrix of the 7th summit. Could attack and defend, and there was no way out. However, just as they changed their actions, the 9 beams of light that they had seen seemed to disappear at once, as if they never existed in the first place. At the same moment, an extremely appalling sword appeared in their minds. Meanwhile, at weak points of their sword techniques, 9 beams of light seemed to strike out right beside their swords. Thud, thud, thud. 9 noises were heard. Streams of blood bloomed out one after another, and the sword slipped out of the 9 cultivators' hands directly. A blood mark appeared on the sword-yielding hand of each of them. The blood marks on the 9 people's hands were exactly the same, as if they were injured by the same beam of sword chi. The strongest sword matrix of the 7th summit was destroyed, but no frustration could be seen on their faces at all. Instead, their eyes sparkled as they said to the one-armed young man, "Congratulations, Junior. Your sword eyes have already opened." Apart from the summit lord of our 7th summit, finally another person managed to successfully cultivate the Heavenly Eyes sword technique. Someone folded his hand and congratulated. Yi Wuchen had only been a part of the Futian sword clan for less than a year. It was a miracle that he could cultivate the sword eyes. However, according to the summit lord, Wuchen's talents were actually not that good. There were even people on the 7th summit itself who were more talented swordsmen than Yi Wuchen. Still, the person who managed to cultivate the Heavenly Eyes sword technique was Yi Wuchen. They knew that apart from cultivation talent, there was another kind of talent called faith and determination. In order to learn the technique, Yi Wuchen had almost become blind, but in the end, he succeeded. Just like what the summit lord had said, he was not the most talented swordsman, but he was the kind of person who was most suited to yield a sword. He was a swordsman at birth. "Thank you." Yi Wuchen nodded and then turned, walking towards the cliff. The elder stared at Yi Wuchen and said, "I have nothing else to teach you. From today onwards you can do anything you want. Whatever you do will represent the will of the 7th summit." The hearts of the 9 people above the cloud sea trembled. They knew what the elder meant by that. From that day on, Yi Wuchen would become the swordmaster of the 7th summit of the Futian sword clan. The position of the swordmaster, which countless people dreamed of obtaining, was given to Yi Wuchen, who had only entered the 7th summit for less than a year, just like this. "Yes, master." Yi Wuchen responded directly without being modest at all. Then he said, "Send a sword post to the 1st summit." Yi Wuchen from the 7th summit of the Futian sword clan, in the name of sword, invites Li Daoyun for a fight. The looks of the 9 people froze as they were somewhat shocked. Then they glanced at the elder standing near the cliff. However, at that moment, the elder turned around directly and left, as if he did not hear what Yi Wuchen had said. This scene caused the eyes of the 9 people to flash. They had truly realized the meaning of the elder's words previously. From that day on, Yi Wuchen could do anything he wanted to. His will would be the will of the 7th summit of the Futian sword clan. This was the swordmaster. Chapter 250, Slayed. Chapter 250. Slayed. Yi Wuchen, a disciple of the 7th summit of the Futian sword clan, sent a sword post to the 1st summit, inviting Li Daoyun for a fight. The news immediately shocked the entire Futian sword clan. 1 year ago, several extremely talented people appeared in the ancient barren world. For people in the name of Kangi, each displayed at least 3 nobles on the Mirror Mountain stone wall. The various top forces of the ancient barren world went to the Kangi kingdom in an attempt to take them in as disciples. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng entered the cottage, Hua Jieyu entered the Moon clan, while Yi Wuchen entered the 7th summit of the Futian sword clan. Over the year, Yi Wuchen seldom appeared before the disciples from the other summits of the Futian sword clan. There were only rumors claiming that he was exceptionally talented in sword skills and highly regarded by the summit lord of the 7th summit. Therefore, he had been cultivating with the summit lord all the time. The summit lord of the 7th summit had even brought him to many places in the year. Now he announced something in the Futian sword clan for the first time, which was to challenge Li Daoyun. Li Daoyun had already entered the Arcana plane a few months ago. That time in the ancient barren world, one of his arms was burnt away. Due to this bitter experience, Li Daoyun cultivated even harder, and his left-hand sword was still extremely strong. Moreover, he had already entered the Arcana plane. How could Yi Wuqian fight him? At the center of the 7 summits of the Futian sword clan, there was a lower summit. At the top of it there was a huge battle platform around which there were 7 swords, each symbolizing one of the 7 sword summits. At the moment a figure was standing in front of one of the swords. It was Li Daoyun. He stood there as if he was the sharpest sword in the world. His look was similarly extremely sharp, as if it was going to eliminate everything. Around the battle platform there were many people, especially the ones from the first summit. Of course, there were also people from the other places who had come to watch the fight. Sending a sword post was a very serious way of challenging someone in the Futian sword clan. The person who received the sword post could choose not to answer to the battle. But Li Daoyun did. He sent the sword post back to the 7th summit. This meant that the two would fight in the name of sword, even if one of them might get killed. This battle would very likely be a life and death one. The people around the battle platform looked at Li Daoyun. Does Yi Wuqian not know that Li Daoyun has entered the Arcana plane? They thought. Otherwise, why would he send the sword post so hastily? Even though there was some resentment between the two, he still has time in the future, so why does he need to be so impatient? Li Daoyun's younger brother, Li Daoqing, was also among the crowd. His eyes were sparkling with coldness. He could not forget the events in the ancient barren world. Today, his brother Li Daoyun would offer Yi Wuqian's life to his sword. Here he comes. Suddenly, everyone raised their heads and looked into the distance. In the direction where the 7th summit was, a group of people was flying over on their swords. The person in front was Yi Wuqian. Sword chi whizzed over as the swords flew through the air. The disciples of the 7th summit stopped outside the battle platform, while Yi Wuqian walked onto the platform and stood in front of the sword symbolizing the 7th summit. The way he looked at Li Daoyun appeared to be very calm. There were no anger, no killing intent, and it was not even fierce. It was as if he was looking at a mere stranger. I don't understand why you would send this sword post. Li Daoyun looked at Yi Wuqian and said, "Are you so impatient to take your revenge?" Yi Wuqian similarly stared at Li Daoyun. His look was still very calm. What a pity, Li Daoyun suddenly smiled and said. From the moment you sent the sword post, your fate has already been decided. That day in the old Luolan kingdom, I cut off your arm and you escaped by luck. Today, where can you escape to? Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword will erupted from his body. In this instant, sword chi whizzed in the sky and turned into a current which flew like the clouds. However, a frightening might could be felt from it. At this moment, it appeared as if even the entire space was going to be crushed by the sword will. This was the might of the Arcana plane. Li Daoyun looked coldly at Yi Wuqian, waiting for him to show signs of fear. However, he did not see it. Yi Wuqian was calm as always, but being calm did not mean that he did not want to kill his opponent. That day in the old Luolan kingdom, Li Daoyun cut off one of his arms. He did not reveal any emotions, not because there was no hatred, but because he knew that no matter what he did at that time, it would be totally useless. Li Daoyun shouted at them that he was Li Daoyun from the Futian sword clan. His tone was extremely arrogant, as if he looked down on everything. That time, there was indeed nothing they could do against Li Daoyun. However, not talking about it did not mean that he had forgotten about it. The first thing that Yi Wuqian did after becoming the swordmaster of the 7th summit was sending a sword post and challenging Li Daoyun. A gust of sword will abruptly bloomed from Yi Wuqian's body and ascended into the sky. In just an instant, Yi Wuqian seemed to have turned into a sword himself. At the moment he released his aura, Li Daoyun moved. The sword will flowing in the sky turned into many sword rivers. In the void, many afterimages of Li Daoyun appeared, each merging into a sword river. The place where Yi Wuqian was at was the destination of all the sword rivers. Yi Wuqian glanced at the area before him. Immediately, an appalling sword will appeared in the eyes of all the afterimages. Accompanied by multiple popping sounds, the afterimages were all destroyed directly, and only the real Li Daoyun was left, stepping in the air. He gave a cold roar and instantly, the sword will flowing wildly in the sky started to strike towards Yi Wuqian. Its power seemed to be far beyond what a Dharma plane cultivator could resist. Yi Wuqian was enveloped in sword will. In this instant, he stepped towards the sword will flowing before him, as if he was a real sword himself. Immediately, he burst through the flowing sword rivers directly like a beam of light and struck towards the incoming Li Daoyun. Li Daoyun held the sword with his left hand. The endless sword will in the world surged wildly on his body, as if his sword had merged with the heaven and earth to form a single body. This was a qualitative change. The attack from an Arcana Plane cultivator was way stronger than one from a Dharma Plane cultivator. Swish! Yi Wuchen struck out his sword before Li Daoyun did. He could naturally feel the difference between the levels of the two. There was a qualitative difference between the Dharma plane and the Arcana plane. Therefore, it would be difficult for him to win should he choose to fight Li Daoyun head-on. However, it did not mean that a person with a higher level and attack power would certainly beat his opponent. At the moment when Yi Wuchen struck his sword out, a sword appeared in the pupils of Li Daoyun. The sword was so sharp and direct. Heavenly Eyes sword technique. Suddenly, Li Daoyun felt his body tighten. Previously, he was already somewhat puzzled when his afterimages were destroyed immediately. However, when the sword appeared in his pupils, he knew that Yi Wuchen had cultivated the sword eyes. Although Li Daoyun could recognize the Heavenly Eyes sword technique, he had never really fought with someone who had the sword eyes. This was his first time. Before Li Daoyun had any time to think, he struck out his sword towards the sword skill that had appeared in his pupils. Since he could recognize the Heavenly Eyes sword technique, he knew that it was a real fatal blow and not an illusory one. Not good. Li Daoyun's body tightened. The fatal blow from the Heavenly Eyes sword technique may be completely different from the one he could see. It could come from a totally different direction. Thinking about this, Li Daoyun gathered all the sword will and swung his sword in all directions around his body without hesitation. The sword finally came. Li Daoyun appeared and blocked Yi Wuchen's sword. However, at the same moment, a beam of sword light flashed out from Yi Wuchen's forehead and charged directly towards Li Daoyun's forehead at an incredible speed. The scene looked exactly the same as the fight in the old Luolan kingdom. During that time, Li Daoyun was injured by Yi Wuchen in this way, which therefore allowed Yi Wuchen to escape. Did Yi Wuchen think that he would lose to this again? The frightening sword will condensed into a sword and emerged from Li Daoyun's forehead, blocking the incoming small sword. However, the dazzling small sword was not even going for his forehead in the first place. At the same moment, it passed by Li Daoyun's sword and made a turn. Then it penetrated Li Daoyun, charging into his temple above one of his ears and coming out the other side in the next moment. In this instant, the whole space seemed to turn quiet. The sword will was still there, but it was no longer violent. Instead, it suddenly turned silent and peaceful, and then gradually dissipated. Li Daoyun and Yi Wuchen stood face to face. They were so close to each other. Li Daoyun widened his eyes, as if he wanted to see the world clearly again. He indeed did not fail twice at the same spot. However, he seemed to forget that this time, Yi Wuchen had cultivated the Heavenly Eyes sword technique. The seemingly familiar attack was now more refined and unstoppable. From now on, Li Daoyun will no longer exist in the world, Yi Wuchen said. He turned around and left. Blood flew out from the two sides of Li Daoyun's head down his ears. He stood in the spot like a statue and stared at Yi Wuchen's back. Back then, he shouted arrogantly at the ancient Luolan palace that he was Li Daoyun from the Futian sword clan. Today Yi Wuchen returned a sentence back to him, that from then on Li Daoyun would no longer exist in the world. Accompanied by a soft noise, Li Daoyun's body fell onto the battle platform. The genius from the first summit of the Futian sword clan was instantly killed by a lower-level disciple from the 7th summit just like this. The winner is Yi Wuchen, the swordmaster of the 7th summit of the Futian sword clan. A voice spread out. Many people around the battle platform trembled because of this. Yi Wuchen was already the swordmaster of the 7th summit. He had cultivated the sword eyes and slayed the Arcana plane Li Daoyun. Chapter 251 Moon Clan. Chapter 251 Moon Clan. It was only less than a month away from the end of the year. Many people in the Eastern Barren Territory had already departed for Chaoga City. At the end of this particular year, Chaoga City would be the most lively place in the Eastern Barren Territory. Nobody doubted this, because all the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory would gather at the Chaoga City for the new year. The various top forces had yet to depart. However, they were also doing some preparation for it. The Moon Clan was situated at the northern region of the Eastern Barren Territory. The clan was the top female clan in the Eastern Barren Territory. It had the techniques which were the most suitable ones for females to cultivate. At the moment, the Moon Clan was holding a grand event. In the Moon Clan, such an event would be held at the end of every year. Its purpose was to inspect how well the juniors had cultivated, and at the same time to choose the virgin. The virgin of the Moon Clan was not fixed. Instead, it may be changed every year. Precisely because of this, even the person who had become the virgin had to remain alert at all times and cultivate particularly hard. Otherwise, she would be defeated and the honor of being the virgin would be taken away. Even though it was a female clan, there was still a very intense competition. Furthermore, in the Eastern Barren Territory, the Moon Clan was especially known for its beauties. During cultivation, cultivators absorbed the spiritual qi in the world. In the Moon Clan, the cultivation methods would allow its female members to become even prettier in terms of appearance and temperament. The Moon Clan was enveloped in fairyism, as if it was a real fairyland. At the moment, many beauties were gathered around the Moon platform. On the platform, some people were having friendly fights. On the viewing platforms around the Moon platform, apart from the many beautiful ladies, there was also a group of men. Furthermore, they were sitting close to the center. A young man was sitting beside the virgin Chu Yaoya. The man was Qin Li, the grandson of the king of the Qin dynasty. Now, it is already the last round of the current trial. With your previous performance, nobody will be able to shake your position as the virgin still. Qin Li looked at Chu Yaoyao and smiled. A gentle smile appeared on Chu Yaoyao's face. On her charming face, there was still a lovely expression which would attract kindness from anyone. She was extremely feminine. In the Moon Clan, many outstanding disciples appear each year. This year is no exception. Before the final moment, nobody will know to whom the position of the virgin will go to, Chu Yaoyao replied. Qin Li said softly, "You have such talent and such a beautiful appearance, and yet you are so humble. You are the most touching and unique lady I have seen." "Your Highness, I am flattered by your praise," Chu Yao said softly. "Yaoyao, why are you treating me like an outsider? We are already friends, you can call me Qin Li." Qin Li gazed at Chu Yao while Chu Yao also looked at him. Seeming to have felt the heat from Qin Li's eyes, she turned her eyes slightly away, but her expression did not change much. "You know my purpose of coming to the Moon Clan. Next year I will enter the Dongqing College to cultivate. If possible, I hope that I can cultivate with you. If we can chat and discuss cultivation frequently, I will have no regrets in life." Qin Li's voice was very soft and gentle. The people around them were all looking at the Moon platform and nobody was paying attention to their conversation. Even if they did, they would not have any thoughts either. The fact that Qin Li visited the Moon Clan already revealed his thoughts. He wanted to chase Chu Yao, the virgin of the Moon Clan. Many people knew this. However, the seniors in the Moon Clan needed to consider it more thoroughly. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were allied through marriage. The two top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory teamed up and established the Dongqing College. Their intention was self-evident, to defeat the college. Now Qin Li, the grandson of the king of Qin, came to the Moon Clan. They wanted to team up with the Moon Clan through marriage again. However, in case the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan really succeed and ruled the Eastern Barren Territory in the future, they would need to think carefully about what position the Moon Clan would be in by then. Right at that moment, an exclamation erupted from the crowd. Countless people stared at the battle platform. There was a stunningly charming figure. She was wearing a green long dress, as if she was a fairy from heaven. Releasing her aura, she raised her hand and suppressed the person opposite her, defeating her opponent easily. "Senior, thank you." The lady stood on the Moon platform and said, smiling. The pretty lady opposite her sighed. "Junior, your spiritual control abilities are becoming stronger and stronger. It's so hard to resist against it. In a few years' time, I think you will have the chance to compete for the position of the virgin." Qin Li and Chu Yaoyao, who had been chatting, raised their heads and looked at the figure dressed in green on the Moon platform. The elf-like lady was like a fairy who had come to the mortal world. Even though Chu Yaoyao was honored as one of the top 3 beauties in the Eastern Barren Territory, she did not dare to say that her appearance was more outstanding than the lady on the Moon platform. "Hua Jieyu." Qin Li similarly stared at the figure and said to himself, That time, the various top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory went to Kangyi. Yi Futian entered the cottage, and there were rumors that his girlfriend, Hua Jieyu, entered the Moon Clan. She was the shockingly beautiful lady in front. Hua Jieyu stood at her spot. Having cultivated in the Moon Clan for nearly a year, her temperament had changed slightly, and was now more outstanding. The already pretty girl became even more feminine at that moment. If the beauties in the Eastern Barren Territory were ranked again, she would probably win the top 3 beauties. Senior Chu, you are much stronger than me, Hua Jieyu said softly. The other lady did not say anything else. She folded her hands and left the moon platform. Hua Jieyu bowed slightly in the direction where the elders and seniors were at, after which she left the platform. Jieyu is indeed a distinguished talent. In the future her achievements will be unmeasurable. An elder complimented. Yao Yao, you need to work hard to cultivate. Otherwise, after a few years, you will really be surpassed by your junior. Someone looked at Chu Yao Yao and said. Chu Yao Yao turned her head and looked at the person. Smiling, she said, "It's naturally a good thing that Junior Jieyu can have such talents. Even if she can surpass me, it only means that the Moon Clan is becoming stronger." That's right. That lady smiled and nodded. Chu Yao Yao stared at the charming figure who was walking down the moon platform. In the previous year, there was nobody in the Moon Clan who could threaten her position as the Virgin. However, at the moment, she had to admit that Hua Jieyu was indeed already qualified to do so. Hua Jieyu was no weaker than her in terms of talent. Even in terms of appearance, she, one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory, could not beat Hua Jieyu. If one day, Hua Jieyu did surpass her, she could similarly represent the Moon Clan and roam in the Eastern Barren Territory. Moreover, the man whom Hua Jieyu liked was in the cottage. Now, he was already famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. She even saw for herself how arrogant Yi Futian was in the Qin dynasty. He even made little of Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengro. Also, a Donghua clan noble was disabled by the cottage for bullying him and Yu Sheng. After a while it was Chu Yao Yao's turn to fight. She displayed her strong cultivation talents as the Virgin, crushing her opponent. She was still elegant and gifted. Many people had the vague feeling that Hua Jieyu and Chu Yao Yao, the 2 absolute beauties, would definitely have a real battle in the future, the battle for the position of the Virgin. The event of the Moon Clan was over. With her particularly outstanding performance, Chu Yao Yao was still the Virgin of the Moon Clan. Nobody was able to shake her position. After this was announced, Qin Li walked up and folded his hands at the elders of the Moon Clan, after which he said, "The Dongqing College will be holding its open house soon. I have come to the Moon Clan just to send my invitation again. I hope that the people of the Moon Clan will join the event. You are too polite. Last time you have already invited us. Even if you do not come today, we will also go there," a pretty lady said. "However, since you have come here personally, I will ask the disciples of the Moon Clan to go together." "Thank you, Senior." Qin Li folded his hands and smiled, not forgetting to glance in Chu Yao Yao's direction. He did not do so secretly, as if it was deliberate. "Who is willing to go?" The lady looked at the many disciples of the Moon Clan. Immediately, many people walked forward and bowed slightly. "I am willing to go." This event had stirred up the Eastern Barren Territory, and all the top forces would gather at the Chaoga city. Who would not want to go there and watch it? "Do all of you want the entire Moon Clan to go there?" The lady smiled and said, "Yao Yao, among the Dharma Plain disciples who are willing to go there, choose some to go with you." "All right." Chu Yao Yao smiled and nodded. Then, she chose a group of people whose talents and levels were rather high to go with her. Hua Jieyu was also in the crowd, but Chu Yao Yao did not choose her. She walked forward gently and said softly, "Senior, I would like to go to the Chaoga city as well." Chu Yao Yao turned and looked at Hua Jieyu. Smiling, she said, "Junior, you are very talented, but your level is still too low. You should spend more time to cultivate and should not waste time because of this. I am still waiting for you to challenge me for the position of the Virgin in the future. I have no intention to compete with you for the position of the Virgin. However, I hope that you can agree to me going to Chaoga City this time," Hua Jieyu said. A strange look flashed across Chu Yao Yao's eyes. No intention to compete for the position of the Virgin? Then why is she going against my decision now? "Junior, you have only been in the Moon Clan for a short period of time. Cultivation is the most important thing to you. You should not get distracted. Chu Yaoyao's voice was still soft and gentle. Hua Jieyu stared at Chu Yaoyao and was somewhat puzzled. She did not understand why Chu Yaoyao did not allow her to go. However, she had not seen Yi Futian for nearly a year already. The Donghua clan challenged Gu Donglu from the cottage, so Yi Futian would surely head for Chaoga City. Furthermore, they would cross into the new year in Chaoga City. Of course she had to go. In addition, Yi Futian would certainly know her thoughts and would want to meet her in Chaoga City. Thinking about this, Hua Jieyu turned and walked towards the elders of the Moon Clan. She bowed and said, "Seniors, I would like to go to Chaoga City." This scene caused a strange expression to appear on the faces of all the disciples around her. Even the eyes of the elders sparkled with a weird look. Just not long ago, both Chu Yaoyao and Hua Jieyu had been speaking very appropriately and politely. However, in the blink of an eye, they disagreed with each other because of such a minor issue. The two both seemed to be very stubborn about their decisions. Such a scene caused many to have some additional thoughts. Chu Yaoyao was the virgin. Since the elders asked her to choose the people, she was naturally entitled to do so. However, Hua Jieyu requested to go, and it would only be reasonable for Chu Yaoyao to agree to her request, but she rejected it twice. Therefore, Hua Jieyu bypassed her and requested the elders directly. Chapter 252. Chapter 252 Set Off. Chapter 252. Chapter 252. Set Off. The elder of the Moon Clan was quiet too. Chu Yaoyao and Hua Jieyu were both rare geniuses of the clan. Chu Yaoyao was the virgin while Hua Jieyu was the one who could possibly challenge her position in the future. Having a conflict over something small like this, it was hard to say who was in the wrong. Perhaps they both had their own reason. But no matter who she sided with, the other would be upset. Besides, Chu Yaoyao keenly watched this, eyes falling onto Hua Jieyu. "Yaoyao," he said softly. "How about you give in to your junior sister? Don't make it hard for the elders." As soon as he spoke, many of the Moon Clan looked to him. He seemed to be speaking up for Hua Jieyu, but there was another meaning. It was as if Hua Jieyu wasn't following the rules, making it hard for the elders, so he wanted Chu Yaoyao to take a step back. "Junior sister, what do you think?" a beautiful woman asked the one beside her. It was Hua Jieyu's teacher. Hua Jieyu's teacher gazed at Hua Jieyu and smiled. "Jieyu, your senior sister is right too. Right now, cultivation is the most important for you and Yaoyao is thinking for you too. You won't go this time." Hua Jieyu looked to her teacher. Her teacher was extremely nice to her, so she naturally said this for a reason. Hua Jieyu felt down but still nodded. "Okay." With that, the atmosphere recovered. Chu Yaoyao smiled and said, "I wanted you to stay because I wish you will cultivate well but didn't consider your feelings. I hope you will forgive my faults." "It's okay," Hua Jieyu said, shaking her head. Then she walked towards the woman on the other side of her teacher. "Senior sister," she called softly. "Yes." The girl nodded. "If Yi Futian comes to look for me at Chaoga City," Hua Jieyu said with a faint smile, "tell him that I'm doing well in the clan and improved a lot. I didn't go this time so I can cultivate. Tell him not to worry." The senior sister nodded and smiled. "All right. Anything else?" Hua Jieyu's eyes sparkled. A shy expression emerged on her face. She lowered her voice and said, "And tell him to remember that someone will always wait for him. Don't do anything bad." The woman's eyes flickered and she grinned at Hua Jieyu. These words were ambiguous. Hua Jieyu blushed. She was so beautiful that all the girls were jealous. "Junior sister, don't worry. I'll definitely send the message without missing any word," the woman said, chuckling. Hua Jieyu nodded shyly and murmured, "I'll go cultivate now." With that she left. "This girl." Hua Jieyu's teacher shook her head with mirth. "Teacher, it seems that she's deeply in love. Why won't you let her go?" the woman asked quietly. "Give her some motivation to cultivate," Hua Jieyu's teacher said. The woman was thoughtful. She looked to Chu Yaoyao and vaguely understood the teacher. Her junior sister had a very chill personality. Other than working hard in cultivation, she didn't bother with anything else. She was really like a fairy from heaven who didn't have any wishes. She didn't even seem interested in the virgin's position. This kind of personality was likable, of course, but sometimes not competing for anything was bad too. Furthermore, even if she didn't compete, Others still might have thoughts. People from the top forces and upper forces from all over the Eastern Barren Territory traveled towards Chaoga City. It had been a long time since the Eastern Barren Territory had such a grand occasion. Whether it was the opening of the Dongqing College or the wedding between the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan, they were both big events. More importantly, the top talents would challenge each other in the Chaoga City. How could anyone miss this? On the Book Mountain, the college had already chosen who would attend. The opening of the Dongqing College and Lu Nanshan's challenge towards Gu Donglu were all targeted at the college. The other forces might not care, but the college had to place higher importance on this than the others. This time, the college sent the best of the best from the strong cultivators of the noble plane to the younger ones in the Dharma plane. All the disciples of the cottage grouped together. The college had come to urge them to leave. The cottage and college would be together this time. They couldn't show any divisions when faced with the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. The college actually wanted to leave a few days ago, but the cottage didn't seem to be in a hurry. The college couldn't do anything. They could just keep pressing them. Who wants to go? Gu Donglu asked everyone. Senior brother, my excitement from the last time hasn't ended, and I hope to teach the Dongqing College a lesson this time. I'll go with you, Shuiyi said. Senior brother, I feel that the juniors want to go too. Should we go together? Luofan asked. He saw Yi Shaoshi look at him with bright eyes as if wanting to try something. Yi Futian sighed at this. They all felt cooped up on the mountain, but he didn't want to leave. His two senior sisters were so gentle and nice. But seeing as Jieyu might go to Chaoga City, he had to go too. Further, he naturally wanted to witness the fight between Gu Donglu and Donghua clan's Lu Nantian. You all don't want to stay on the mountain? Zhuge Hui smiled at everyone and they all shrunk back. Shuiyi stood up straight and said righteously, the Donghua clan overestimated themselves and dared to challenge our third senior brother. I naturally have to see with my own eyes how he is defeated. If we miss this, it'll be a regret for life. Yes, how can we not go to third senior brother's battle? Even though we want to stay here, we also want to witness how he displays his mightiness, Luofan added. Shameless, Yi Futian thought. He didn't want to be associated with them. Giving them a look, he said, fourth and fifth senior brothers are right. Last time, third senior brothers fighting was extraordinary, but it's still not enough for us. We must go support him in the Chaoga City and witness his glory. Gu Donglu looked at them all and nodded lightly. That all makes sense. Since that is so, let us all go. Thank you, senior brother. Everyone looked excited. Yi Shaoshi was so touched that he almost cried. He could finally leave the mountain. Will you and Xing'er go? Gu Donglu asked Zhuge Hui. You all go have fun. Xing'er and I will remain at the cottage, Zhuge Hui said calmly before leaving. Beiteng Xing'er gazed at Gu Donglu and smiled. Third senior brother, I wish to see your fight with Lu Nantian, but since second senior sister won't go, I must accompany her. Oh, then accompany her well. Gu Donglu nodded. Zhuge Hui had pretty much raised Beiteng Xing'er. The teacher was so lazy that he tossed the girl to Zhuge Hui after bringing her back. Therefore, their relationship was very close. Though Zhuge Hui was the senior sister, she was more like a parent. I'll wait for your good news, Beiteng Xing'er said with a smile. Gu Donglu nodded. Then he told Yi Shaoshi, tell the college to get ready. We'll leave now. Okay. Yi Shaoshi ran away extremely excited. After a while, the square above Book Mountain steps was filled with the people. The college was ready. At that time a group appeared in the sky traveling towards them. It was the cottage Gu Donglu, Shuiyi Luofan, Yi Shaoshi, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The cottage had 8 people and 6 came out. This was probably the most cottage disciples who had left the mountain at once. The college's group was also very powerful. They had 3,000 disciples and this time, around 100 were prepared to leave. Other than some elders, it also contained some of the most talented in each plane. Yi Futian didn't know many people, but he'd seen some in the Dharma plane before. They included Xiao Wuji, Tang Yisu Muge, Tuoba Yun, Nangong Jiao and Kuashan. The college also studied the disciples from the cottage. The lineup this time was very powerful. The 2 mountain elders, Zhong Su and Zhu Qing, a man and a woman, both had high planes. Other than them, there was also Bai Lishu, the first disciple of the college chief. He was one of the best in the college. His cultivation was equal to the mountain elders. His status in the college was like Gu Donglio's in the cottage. One could see from this lineup that the college placed high importance in this event. Gu Donglu and the cottage greets the mountain elders. Gu Donglu bowed to Zhongsu and Zhu Qing. He was proud, but that didn't mean he had no manners. The mountain elders had the same status as his teacher. As someone in a younger generation, he obviously had to be polite. Seeing him bow, the other disciples also bowed. Please rise. Gu Donglu, are you confident? Zhu Qing gazed at Gu Donglu. This battle was extremely important to the college. I've never met Lu Nantian, Gu Donglu replied. Zhu Qing nodded and didn't ask anything else. Gu Donglu had never even seen the man before. If he said he was confident, he was also being arrogant. It was too early to say anything before being clear what the opponent's abilities were like. Let's go, Zhongsu said. The group immediately started departing. At the foot of the mountain, the people who saw the strong cultivators in the sky were all shaken. The college's lineup was terrifying this time. Chapter 253 Tit for Tat. Chapter 253. Tit for Tat. Chaoga City had been the capital of the Qin dynasty. After the Qin dynasty took over the eastern barren territory, the Qin dynasty submitted to them. The former top city never recovered its glory. Even so, the ancient and majestic Chaoga City was still one of the top 10 cities in the Eastern Barren Territory and flourished. There were many powerful forces there. Amongst them, the Yin family was the most powerful. They had been the royal family of the Qin dynasty. After submitting to the Qin dynasty, they stayed out of the spotlight. Other than that, the Chaoga City also had many ancient relics. For thousands of years, the marks left by the ancient people were still being discovered. Chaoga City was situated in the center of the Eastern Barren Territory, between the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. It still belonged to the Qin dynasty. It was a very good choice for the Dongqing College to be located there. Today, this ancient city was filled with strong cultivators. Even noble figures were everywhere. It had been years since the city was this busy. It seemed to have recovered its past glory where everyone came to visit. Strong cultivators continuously arrived outside the city or landed with their demons. In the air amongst the crowd, a group of strong figures arrived. Everyone turned to look at them. Seeing them, someone yelped, "The college is here." Just like the other forces, the college had also come early. The people looked to the ones leading the group. They saw Zhongsu, Zhu Qing, Bai Lishu, and Gu Donglu. They had extraordinary temperaments and were top figures of the noble plane. They had unique auras. Yi Futian stood behind Gu Donglu. He studied the surrounding crowd and the ancient city below him. Chaoga was the place for talents now. He didn't know what would happen in this ancient city. He also wondered if the Moon Clan had arrived. Jieyu should be here. Thinking of her, Yi Futian smiled. He hadn't seen Jieyu since coming to the Eastern Barren Territory. The group advanced. Someone had gone forward to explore the route and returned to guide them. After a while, they could make out a cluster of elegant buildings on the ground. The style was magnificent and sacred. Some of the buildings rose into the clouds as if trying to rule over the other buildings. That was the Dongqing College that the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan had built together. The college descended and chose an inn near the Dongqing College. Soon, news started spreading wildly throughout the city. The college was here, along with the disciples of the cottage. Gu Donglu had arrived early too. The inn that the college stayed in quickly became the focal point of Chaoga City. Everyone knew that the event of the first day of the next year was mainly targeted towards the college. Furthermore, there was that highly anticipated battle. After arriving, the college seemed very quiet. The few who ventured out were all young. No one saw Gu Donglu. With the battle approaching, even Gu Donglu was probably stressed. After all, his opponent this time was Lu Nantian, one of the most renowned figures of the Eastern Barren Territory. The next day, Yi Futian left the inn. As a student of the cottage, Yi Futian had become famous after the event in the Qin dynasty. All of his actions were seen by the people of the Chaoga City, attracting attention. News quickly spread that Yi Futian headed towards where the Moon Clan was staying. He seemed to have gone to see one of those beauties. Many people were speechless. How could this guy still be in the mood for that? However, many also knew that Yi Futian's girlfriend had been invited to join the Moon Clan. He must have gone to find his girlfriend. Other than him, there was also Yu Shang, the aggressive youth who had caused a commotion in the Qin dynasty. Yi Futian and Yu Shang arrived where the Moon Clan was staying. Seeing a woman, Yi Futian bowed. I am Yi Futian from the cottage. Greetings. The woman studied the two and smiled. Greetings, Mr. Yi. She had heard before that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were a couple. Hua Jieyu was extremely beautiful, so they were all curious what kind of person Yi Futian was. Now she saw that he was attractive and charismatic. He was also very polite. His looks matched Jieyu. Are you here to find junior sister Jieyu? Yes. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. It seemed that the Moon Clan all knew. Jieyu was probably quite famous in the clan. He didn't find it strange. Disregarding talent, merely her looks would definitely make her well known. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Junior sister Jieyu didn't come. The woman replied softly. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. The Donghua clan's Lu Nantian challenged Gu Donglu. The source of this conflict was Yi Futian and Yu Shang. Jieyu should know that he would come and should have come too. However, she had her senior sister send a message to you. I will take you there now, the woman continued. All right. Thank you, fairy. Yi Futian nodded. The Moon Clan fairy brought Yi Futian to a courtyard where a beautiful woman studied Yi Futian curiously after seeing him. Jieyu had guessed that Yi Futian would come to find her, and she was right. Greetings, I am Yi Futian. Junior sister Jieyu has great taste, the woman said with a smile. She said that you would come to find her and had me send a message to you. She is doing well in the clan and has improved greatly. She didn't come because of her cultivation. There is no need to worry. She also said that she will always wait for you and told you to not do bad things. With that, she seemed to smile. What did bad things mean? Yi Futian made a face. That girl was so annoying. Thank you, fairy, he replied. He could sense that she wasn't lying. Jieyu was fine. As for the specific reason, he wouldn't know. You're so sweet. No wonder junior sister is worried. The woman grinned at Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled shyly. Fairy, can you help send a message for me? Yes. The woman nodded. Help me tell Jieyu that I miss her. After I finish this, I'll go find her at the Moon Clan, Yi Futian said with a smile. The woman gave a knowing smile. Did these two care about the messenger's feeling when showing off their love? All right. The woman nodded. Thank you, fairy. I'll leave now. Yi Futian bowed and left. Leaving the yard, there was a small trail in the verdure. Yu Shang followed him quietly. Two figures were taking a walk before them. Seeing them, Yi Futian made a strange face. It was Qin Li, grandson of the king of Qin, and Chu Yaoyao of the Moon Clan. It was hard to have thoughts when seeing them together. Did the Moon Clan want to ally with the Qin dynasty? Yi Futian hoped this wasn't true since Hua Jieyu was cultivating there. Qin Li and Chu Yaoyao naturally saw Yi Futian and Yu Shang as well. They stopped and Qin Li's eyes sharpened, falling on them. Yi Futian gazed at them and looked away. He planned to walk past them. He didn't like Qin Li, but he didn't know Chu Yaoyao and wasn't part of the Moon Clan. He had no right to get involved in anything. Wait, Qin Li suddenly said. Yi Futian walked past him and then stopped back to the man. I heard that many people from the college came. The male disciples of the cottage all came, Qin Li said. His tone was strange. It seemed to be intentional with some faint disdain. Yi Futian began walking again. He ignored the meaningless words. Have you thought about what it would be like if you joined the Qin dynasty? Qin Li continued. No. I'm not interested, Yi Futian replied without stopping. There are no true second chances in the world. Qin Li seemed to mumble to himself. These years, the cottage has already had a halo around it, but that's just exaggerated. The college created the most famous talents in the Eastern Barren Territory, and the cottage contains the essence and elites. It's normal to have some glorious achievements. Who of those famous figures hasn't had glory before? This time, the college faces the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. It is also where the most successful are. I wonder if the college or cottage can bear all the gossip when the myth is proven wrong. Qin Li continued to say to himself. The higher you are raised, the harder you fall. Unless the cottage never loses. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. There has never been an undying legend in this world. There had been so many legendary people throughout history, but no one was immortal. Even the powerful Qin dynasty was now under the Qin dynasty and had to submit to them. The once undefeatable Qin dynasty had also fallen. The college and cottage would be the same. This time, the fight between Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu was not all they've prepared for the college. Yi Futian stopped. Qin Li's words made sense, just like his judgment from before. However, it didn't mean anything. Thinking of his senior brothers and sisters, Yi Futian smiled brilliantly. If one place in the Eastern Barren Territory could become a legend, it would be the cottage. A legend that can be proven wrong isn't a legend. It is called a legend because it will never die, Yi Futian said slowly. The cottage will become an undying legend. Really? Qin Li heard Yi Futian's arrogant words. I'll wait and see. Wait and see, Yi Futian replied and walked away. Chapter 254. Warlock Gujiqiu. Chapter 254. Warlock Gujiqiu walking out of the inn. Yi Futian looked up. He could see the towering building in the distance. It was the Dongqing College. The top forces all resided in the region near the Dongqing College. Going past them, he walked down the road. Many people seemed to be grouped there now, looking at something. Yi Futian glanced to the side. Two groups were facing each other. Faint sharpness radiated from them, the sword aura. The Fuyun Sword Clan? Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He walked over there, entering the crowd of spectators. He saw many familiar faces. There were people from the Fuyun Sword Clan, the Sword Saint Mountain and Witch Clan. Other than the college, all top forces had sent their disciples here. The 7 peaks of the Fuyun Sword Clan were independent of each other. All 7 had their own disciples here, but Yi Futian didn't see Yi Wuchen amongst them. The people facing off were from the Fuyun Sword Clan and Sword Saint Mountain. They had always been rivals. Yi Futian didn't know what had happened between them this time. More strong cultivators were hurrying over at this time. A pair of pretty eyes from the Witch Clan fell on Yi Futian. The girl smiled. Young Master Yi, long time no see. Your charisma is even stronger now. I truly miss you. It was the witch, Gu Biue. Her voice was soft and her eyes were alluring. She seemed to want to ingrain herself into the others' minds. She was so mesmerizing. If that's so, why don't you come serve me? Yi Futian said, smiling at the witch. Gu Biue smiled sweetly. I wish I could, but I'm here with my senior brother this time. He's very strict. I can't trouble you. Their conversation attracted much attention. Many gazes fell upon Yi Futian. People had heard some things about how Yi Futian had taken Gu Biue as his servant in the ancient barren world. Trouble. Yi Futian remembered what Tang Yi had said back then. He knew that there was a powerful figure in the Witch Clan, the witch's senior brother. He must have come to Chaoga City too. Li Daoqing was amongst the Fuyun Sword Clan group. He stared chillingly at Yi Futian, his eyes full of murderous intent. His brother, Li Daoyun, had first had his arm burned and then was killed in a challenge because of his conflicts with Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen's group. Li Daoqing would never forget this. At this time, another group arrived. Someone called Yi Futian. He turned around. Seeing Yi Wuchen, Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu, he had an odd look. Smiling without really smiling, he looked at Yi Wuchen and Lu Chenyu. Seems like I'm not needed anymore. Lu Chenyu glared at him, but she was used to his teasing. We met on the road, Yi Wuchen said. Yi Futian noticed that many swordsmen in training from the Fuyun Sword Clan followed him. Yi Wuchen seemed to be the leader. Seeing this, Yi Futian understood that Yi Wuchen had some status in his clan. Yi Wuchen, remember your position, a cool voice said. It came from the people of the Fuyun Sword Clan's first summit that were facing off with the Sword Saint Mountain. The speaker was Luo Xiao. He was the leader of the younger generation of that summit and was extremely powerful. The Sword Saint had used the Fuyun Sword Clan to make a name for himself. He was absolute glory for the Sword Saint Mountain and cottage. But to the Fuyun Sword Clan, it was an unforgettable humiliation. Because of this, the Fuyun Sword Clan hated the cottage. Their attitude towards the Sword Saint Mountain went without saying. Yi Wuchen glanced at Luo Xiao. You should know that we were at Kangyi together before joining the Fuyun Sword Clan. Since you joined the clan, you must forget about the past, Luo Xiao said. His voice was calm but his eyes were extremely sharp. Yi Wuchen had killed Li Daoyun in a test battle. This had already the first summit, but the battle had been hair. Li Daoyun had accepted it and was killed with the Arcana Plane. The first summit could say nothing. But now, Yi Wuqian was talking with someone from the cottage. I do not need your permission to act, Yi Wuqian said indifferently. Luo Zhao's gaze hardened. His eyes glinted and then he looked away. The surrounding people were shocked. The most famous of the Futian sword clan was the first and seventh summits. Now, the disciples from those two summits had clashed in public. It was interesting. As they spoke, another group appeared. The people from the Royal Xian Temple walked into the crowd. One gaze stared straight at Yi Futian. It was extremely cold and murderous. It was Luo Junlin. Beside him, Shiro's gaze was also cold. After returning from the Kangyi kingdom, she had been punished by her father. Luo Junlin had been punished too. Because of the event, her father had been humiliated as well. Shiro never cared about the barbaric Kangyi kingdom. But now, Yi Futian joined the cottage and quickly became known throughout the Eastern Barren territory. Yi Futian naturally saw them too. His eyes turned cold. This crown prince of the Nanda kingdom had once wanted him to be a servant. He wondered what Luo Junlin felt after meeting again here. The two met eyes. Luo Junlin didn't disguise his murderous intent at all. Now Yi Futian was truly a threat to him in the Nanda kingdom. If Yi Futian was allowed to progress into the noble plane, it would be the end of the Nanda kingdom. With the cottage there, not even the Royal Xian Temple could help him. It's so lively here, someone said at this time. Qin Li, grandson of King Qin, had come too. He seemed to have hurried over because he heard of the commotion. Chu Yaoyao of the Moon Clan came with him. This scene made many people wonder. According to rumors, Qin Li had gone to the Moon Clan earlier. The fairies had come to Chaoga with him. In a few days it will be the wedding between my aunt and Chen Shanmu of the Donghua clan, Qin Li said cheerily. It is also the opening ceremony of the Dongqing College. Everyone present is a success of the Eastern Barren territory. Why don't you all show off your talents on that day? The Dongqing College was a joint creation of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. Many of their prides would also announce that they would cultivate at the college on that day. Other than the challenge between Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu, there must be other events too. Otherwise, how could they show off how extraordinary the college was? Seems like they won't fight now, many spectators thought. The relationships between the clans were very complicated. However, Qin Li seemed to want them all to take care of everything during the opening ceremony and use it to make news for their college. Let's go, Yi Futian said. He didn't want to be here. For some reason he really didn't like Qin Li. He wanted to beat the guy up. However, Gu Donglu said that the cottage was a place of reason. He couldn't pick fights. Thus he would just walk away. His group turned to leave, but Luo Junlin's eyes were still on Yi Futian. In his eyes only Yi Futian existed. Yi Futian's group stopped not too far away. In the near distance there was a figure clad in black. His inky black hair fell down his shoulders. He was indescribably attractive. His eyes were extremely deep and black. People could drown in them. Though he didn't release his aura, he still gave off a threatening feeling just standing there. Yi Futian's group couldn't help but pause. Yi Wuqian's brows knitted. Sword intent snaked around him. He could sense extreme power from the man. Lu Feiyang and Lui Chenyu studied him. Lu Feiyang's eyes flickered. A figure appeared in his mind, but he wasn't sure. The figure clad in black looked up, gaze falling upon Yi Futian. His eyes seemed to suck one into them. You're Yi Futian? He asked indifferently. What do you want? Yi Futian glanced at him. He didn't know the man. As soon as he spoke, he seemed to see demonic fire flash through those black eyes and burn into his mind. At this moment, it felt like Yi Futian's spiritual energy was burning. It was as if he was on fire and the flames of darkness wrapped around him, trying to burn him down. Be careful, Lu Feiyang warned Yi Futian, seemingly knowing the man's identity. When he saw dark fire rise in Yi Futian's eyes, his heart trembled. Gu Zhiqiu, stop it, Lu Feiyang roared. Yi Futian closed his eyes and rushed backward. The man's eyes had a terrifying power. His spiritual energy was in pain. When he retreated, the attack disappeared into the void and he stopped. His eyes opened and flashed as he focused on the man. It was Gu Zhiqiu, the warlock of the witch clan. He viewed Gu Biyue as his true sister. In the future, I hope to never hear the word maid or servant from your mouth again, even if you are from the cottage, Gu Zhiqiu said calmly. Then he walked away. He seemed peaceful as if nothing had happened. Clearly, he was warning Yi Futian, disallowing him from calling Gu Biyue those names. Gu Biyue was like his sister. How could he let someone use those words to insult Gu Biyue? If Yi Futian hadn't joined the cottage, he would have done much more. Staring at the man's back, a strange look passed through Yi Futian's eyes. He'd heard of the witch clan's witch requiem. During that one glance, Gu Zhiqiu seemed to plant demon fire in Yi Futian's mind. This man's plane was much higher than his. His reputation as warlock of the witch clan was not unfounded. Chapter 255 Demonic Tripod. Chapter 255. Demonic tripod, was that a threat? Yi Futian mumbled. If Gu Zhiqiu dared to threaten him after what happened to the Donghua clan, he must be very powerful. This guy is just as domineering as rumored. Lu Feiyong watched as the man walked away. The witch clan always acted strangely without any rules. They'd all experienced the witch's personality. She was honestly a witch. The warlock was different. He was cold and direct. Is the witch clan all good at spiritual sorcery? Yi Futian asked. The attack from before had been activated by spiritual sorcery. The witch requiem is most suitable for spiritual sorcerers. They can plant their own print into someone's spiritual energy. It's terrifying, Lu Feiyong said. The cultivators of the witch clan are the rarest amongst the top forces, equal only to the Qianqiu temple. Of course, the cottage isn't included in this. But most of the witch clan have such strange powers. From the aspect of personal combat abilities, they aren't any weaker than the top 3 in the center of the Eastern Barren territory. Spiritual sorcerers were always the most dangerous. And if a spiritual sorcerer with eerie powers could merge other methods, he would become even more frightening. What plane is he now? Yi Futian asked. It was hard to determine the specific plane he was from the previous attack. Probably the Arcana plane. Lu Feiyong glanced at Yi Futian. Your plane is lower. There will most likely be more unrest after the Dongqing College opens. You might not be able to participate because of your plane. It's unfortunate. With Yi Futian's talent, this should be his stage. However, he was restricted by his plane. It was hard to fight with the truly most powerful. These people had almost all reached the Arcana plane. Yi Futian was upset. He had been cultivating in isolation for all this time. Now he'd entered the 6th level Dharma plane, but in the Eastern Barren territory, it was still not enough. Even the younger generation was higher than him. Many were in the Arcana plane. Seemed that he had to work harder. Should we go back now? Lu Feiyong asked. Do you have any ideas? Yi Futian looked at him. Chaoga was the capital of the Qin dynasty. The former royal family, the Yin family, was forced to become vassals and the dynasty shattered. During a battle, the ancient palace was destroyed, as well as many precious lands. However, some relics are still preserved. The most famous is Tripod Tower. Are you interested? What is that? Yi Futian asked. It's the sacred land of the Qin dynasty, Lu Feiyong said. The demonic tripod is outside the Tripod Tower. It's rumored that this is a very powerful ritual implement. It's a national treasure that can anchor the country's fate. If it can anchor the country's fate, why was their dynasty defeated? Yi Wuxian asked. He clearly didn't believe in the rumors. A country's fate depended on their cultivators. In the era that the Qin dynasty was defeated, no one could lift up the tripod, Lu Feiyong said, chuckling. Of course, no one knows if it's true, but the tripod can definitely help you cultivate by training your body physically. I'm sure many have already gone. Let's go look. Yi Futian's eyes glimmered. Lu Feiyong nodded. The group changed direction and started walking. The Tripod Tower was not far from the Dongqing College. It was near the Yin family. Back then, the Qin dynasty had submitted to the Qin dynasty. The Tripod Tower was a relic from the Qin dynasty, and it still belonged to the Yin family. Of course, things were different now. The Tripod Tower had been a sacred land during the Qin dynasty. No one was allowed to approach it. But it had also been destroyed by the Qin dynasty. Adding the fact that the tripod had become a legend, it wasn't as guarded as before. Anyone could go to experience it. Right now, there were many strong cultivators around the tripod tower. People from the top forces were at the forefront. Since they came to Chaoga City, they naturally had to visit the tripod tower. When Yi Futian arrived, he saw a huge tripod stand before the tripod tower. There were images on the tripod seeming to jump into his eyes like godly images. It was terrifying. The tripod was copper and green, seemingly made of bronze. The air seemed to be filled with a powerful force. It could almost absorb the endless spiritual qi from the world. Sitting there, no one could move it. There seemed to be a powerful matrix around the tripod. Streams of mysterious aura wrapped around it. The golden lights looked extremely sacred. What a treasure, Yi Futian uttered when he saw it. Since the Qin dynasty defeated the Qin dynasty, why is the tripod here? Why didn't they take it? There's a rumor that this was the most important ritual implement of the Qin dynasty. It can anchor the country's fate. Some call it the king tripod. Others call it the supreme tripod, Lu Feiyang. Look at the carvings, he continued. They're all demons. Of course, the name demonic tripod doesn't merely come from these images. Instead, it's because when the Qin dynasty defeated the Qin dynasty, an extremely talented crown prince came to take the tripod. However, the formerly undefeated crown prince was crushed by the tripod. He died while lifting it. Thus, demonic tripod became its name. The Qin dynasty thinks it is bad luck. Maybe it still anchors the Qin dynasty's last fate. After that, the Qin dynasty didn't touch it for years. Now, many of the younger generation no longer believe the superstition, but still, no one can lift it. The Yin family has completely submitted to the Qin dynasty too, so the strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty won't come to take it away. He continued casually, furthermore, even if they want to, they might not be able to. The elders of the Qin dynasty naturally won't do something like this. Yi Futian nodded. So, despite its powerful reputation, no one had actually used the demonic tripod. It had just guarded this place. At this place, a figure clad in black walked towards the demonic tripod. It's the witch clan. Many people looked at the man. It was a strong cultivator from the witch clan. Would he be able to lift the tripod? The man walked below the huge tripod. Stood on 3 legs. He grabbed 2 with his hands and bent forward. With a roar, his veins bulged in which aura snaked around him. Frightening strength exploded from his arms. The matrix around the demonic tripod flashed. The demonic images were also moving. Golden light flashed around it and horrible power pressed down. The demonic tripod moved. The entire sky seemed to be shaking. With another roar, the strong cultivator lifted the tripod above the ground. But then he grunted, and with a huge boom, the demonic tripod hit the ground. The strong cultivator sprawled on the ground. He spat out blood. His face was pale. Is that powerful? Yi Futian's eyes flashed. How can an ordinary member of the witch clan lift the Qin dynasty's national treasure? Lu Feiyang said. If someone can lift it, they might be killed instantly like the crown prince of the Qin dynasty. It has happened a few times in history. A demonic tripod indeed, Yi Futian said. This name really suited it. No wonder people used it. At that time, someone walked over and said, "Many people have tried it before you arrived. They all failed. At most, the tripod would be lifted a few inches. No one could raise it more than 1 foot." The speaker was Nangong Jiao. She had come with the people of the college. Behind her were the young disciples, such as Tuoba Yun, Kuashan, and Tang Yi. They'd come due to the tripod's reputation too. Have you all tried? Yi Futian asked. Not yet. Kuashan wants to try though, Nangong Jiao said. Behind her, Kuashan's burly figure walked towards the demonic tripod. Yi Futian looked to him. Kuashan had entered the college with him at the beginning of the year. He was the most talented of the new students. Mountain Elder Zhong Su had accepted him as his own disciple. Kuashan walked to the demonic tripod. With a huge roar, his bones cracked and his body seemed to expand. He had to lower his head to stand there. Back to the tripod, he gripped its legs. With a roar and a burst of power, the air shook and the demonic tripod left the ground. All the muscles on his body were shaking. The tripod was lifted 1 inch, 2 inches. Gradually, under everyone's shocked scrutiny, it was 1 foot away from the ground. Even more terrifying pressure fell on him. The images on the demonic tripod seemed to come to life. Horrible demonic light shone. Huashan roared again and he slowly set the tripod down. Finally, it landed steadily and he walked from under the tripod, his body still trembling. No one knew what he had experienced. Wow, the college is indeed extraordinary. He doesn't seem famous but he's still so powerful. Many people looked to Huashan in respect. 1 foot was the best achievement yet today, but it was created by an unknown disciple of the college. This was how powerful the college was. Huashan returned to the group. Tuoba Yuan said to him, "Seems that your crude power is useful." Huashan gazed at him coolly. Then Tuoba Yuan's eyes moved to Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. "Will you all try too?" Tuoba Yuan always thought highly of himself, but the cottage's reputation was far above the college. He wanted to see just how talented the legendary cottage disciples were. Yi Futian looked at him indifferently. He could see some competition in the other's eyes. Ignoring him, Yi Futian continued studying the demonic tripod. The demonic tripod was a national treasure. He wasn't that interested in lifting it. If he or Yu Sheng tried, they would obviously be better than Huashan. However, his curiosity about the demonic tripod was more than just lifting it. With freedom meditation operating, he looked at the images. He wanted to see through them. Chapter 256. Lifting the tripod. Chapter 256. Lifting the tripod. As the freedom meditation operated, Yi Futian no longer saw simple images. Instead, he saw shocking demonic intent. The images seemed to come to life like various demons. They enveloped him and the horrible power descended. His mind was surrounded by demons. Boom! An extremely frightening demonic intent descended. It seemed that the stronger his intent was, the stronger the demonic intent released would be. Yi Futian grunted and retracted the freedom meditation. He couldn't continue. Everything went back to normal. The demonic tripod was still just the demonic tripod. What he had seen was like a hallucination, non-existent. But now he understood that no matter what plane someone was in, they would be unable to take the demonic tripod away. This demonic intent could overwhelm any strong cultivator. "What's wrong?" Yi Wuxian asked. Lu Feiyong and Lu Chenyu looked at Yi Futian too. The grunt had been soft but they still heard it. "This demonic tripod truly is a precious and powerful treasure," Yi Futian said. He wanted to try himself, but just then, another person walked out of the crowd. He moved towards the tripod, attracting shocked cries. He was a monk. He wore clothes of plain cloth and cloth shoes, seemingly poor. However, his temperament was extraordinary. Looking at him made one feel at peace, as if he was from another world. This monk was from the Qianqiu temple. He had a string of Buddhist beads around his neck and in his hands. He chanted the name of the Buddha as well. Everyone already knew his identity. He was the Arhat of the Qianqiu temple. In the Eastern Barren Territory, extraordinary figures in the younger generation had titles. Kingdoms had the crown prince and princes. The Witch clan had the warlock and the Futian sword clan had the swordmaster. These were all symbols of status. The Qianqiu temple then had the Arhat. The title of Arhat had a mysterious history too. It was especially scary. Whether you were from the college or Donghua clan, anyone who saw the Arhat would be unable to say they were better than him. Even the cottage was the same. The Arhat was mysterious and his power was undeniable. Now the Arhat walked from the Qianqiu temple group towards the demonic tripod. "Arhat, you wish to lift the tripod too?" Someone walked to the Arhat and asked. This man wore an elegant robe and spoke politely. Everyone had to respect the Qianqiu temple's Arhat. The speaker was a youth from the Yin family. This region belonged to them. The Arhat nodded lightly. "The tripod has an evil reputation." "Arhat, please be careful," the youth said before retreating. The Arhat walked to the tripod. Unlike the others, he didn't go under it. Instead, he stood before it. His eyes turned gold and a vertical light flashed between his eyebrows. It was like the eye of the Buddha. At that moment, gold light encased the demonic tripod. He chanted in Sanskrit, and the syllables spiraled up, floating to the demonic tripod. They transformed into various words that formed the Buddhist symbol of spirituality, Buddhist swastika. The words converged and enveloped the demonic tripod. He continued speaking. Gradually, more and more Buddhist swastikas appeared, practically covering the entire tripod. They released horrible power from above the tripod that swept through. A windstorm of the Buddha and demon appeared in the sky. So powerful. Everyone's hearts trembled. This power wasn't because of how high his plane was. Instead, it was the power of Buddhist sorcery. At this time, Sanskrit words snaked into people's ears. The entire world seemed to be resonating with him, transforming into the power of Buddha. People kept coming from the distance. They were curious after hearing that the Arhat was lifting the tripod. Could the Arhat lift the demonic tripod? Many people from top figures appeared, staring at him. The Buddha's name resonated with the skies and land. Gold spiritual chi went wild. Buddhist swastika covered the entire tripod. Apparitions of Buddhas appeared around the tripod, towering over. The Buddhist swastikas flashed horribly. Then they lifted the demonic tripod. It rose bit by bit above the ground. The Arhat raised it with his sorcery rather than his physical power. 1 inch, 2 inches, 1 foot. Soon the demonic tripod had surpassed what Quashan had done, and it was still going. Then horrible power fell upon the Arhat. Not only his own body, the Buddha apparitions around him also suffered the power from the tripod. The tripod spun as it rose, releasing shocking light that suppressed everything. It was now 2 feet in the air. Many people were impressed. As expected of the Arhat, he was so powerful. Even more terrifying, this didn't seem to be the limit. The demonic tripod was still rising. Even the strong cultivators of the Yin family were shaken. Many strong cultivators had come in the past, including those of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. 3 feet had been the limit. Now the Arhat was about to go past that. Apparently, that powerful crown prince of Qin years back had been at the pinnacle of the noble plane when lifting the tripod 8 feet high. He had shaken the entire world and the skies changed, but he still didn't give up. He called himself the descendant of the heavens. When he lifted this national treasure, many had been impressed by his will. His abilities were also extremely powerful too. It was such a pity that he was killed. The demonic tripod rose 3 feet, and the demonic images could no longer be repressed. They were about to burst free. The Arhat tried to use the Buddhist swastikas to seal the images, but then one broke. It melted into gold light and disappeared. Sanskrit words filled the air. The tripod was still rotating and rising, however. Buddhist swastikas kept shattering. Gradually they all disappeared. Beams of horrible light pressed down on those Buddha apparitions, killing them. At the same time, the horrible light charged towards the Arhat. He kept chanting the Buddha's name and a huge Buddhist swastika appeared behind him. It spun wildly, forming a shield. Crack! The Buddhist swastika shattered and the Arhat was forced back. The demonic tripod landed heavily with a huge boom. Even the ground shook. Even so, everyone still looked to him in respect. For many of them, it was a miracle to raise the tripod more than 3 feet. It was practically impossible. The youth from the Yin family bowed. Arhat, you opened my eyes today. I'm afraid no one will be able to break this record in the near future. Strong cultivators from the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan had all tried. 3 feet had been the limit. It was difficult to break the record. The Arhat, though, had lifted it more than 3 feet. How high can it be lifted? Futian asked curiously. Yin Mo's gaze landed on him. Looking at Lu Feiyang, Lu Chenyu, and Yusheng beside him, Yin Mo had a vague guess as to who he was. If he was this close to the prince and princess of the Lu kingdom, it must be him. Why are you asking? Yin Mo asked. There was none of the respect shown to the Arhat. Futian was from the cottage, but everyone knew the relationship between the cottage and the Qin dynasty. Since the Yin family was under the Qin dynasty, there was no need to be polite to Futian. I'm just curious. How high do you have to raise it before you can take it away? Futian asked. It was a waste to leave it here. Yin Mo was confused. No one could do it through all these years. Why did he have such a laughable idea? Even if he was from the cottage, he had a low plane. He'd clearly overestimated himself if he spoke like that. I do not know. I heard that Futian of the cottage broke many records at the ancient barren world. Why don't you try to break through the limit and take the demonic tripod away? Yin Mo said, chuckling. His tone was slightly mocking. His family's treasured tripod couldn't be compared with those relics in the ancient barren world. I can take it? Yi Futian was surprised. If you can, then do it. Inemo reached out in a welcoming gesture. He smiled happily as if he could give the tripod away at any time. No one in all these years could do it, but Yi Futian thought he could succeed in the Dharma plane. He wanted Yi Futian to try and have a very resilient intent. That way, he would die on the spot from the tripod's backlash. The crown prince of the Qin dynasty had been killed by it. It would be interesting if a cottage disciple died too. Even the cottage wouldn't be able to blame anyone. The Yin family is so generous, but I was just saying. I guess I can try too, Yi Futian said, pretending he couldn't tell the mockery. With that, he started walking towards the demonic tripod. Countless gazes from the surroundings fell on him. Other than those in the top forces, many didn't know his status. They only knew that he was Yi Futian from the cottage after Inemo said so. He had come to lift the tripod too. Yi Futian walked under the demonic tripod. He didn't plan on using sorcery to lift the tripod like the Arhat. Buddhism was its own sect. It was mysterious and had endless power. He couldn't do it. Thus he did what most people did. Activating his techniques, his body roared like a dragon. His body was like a true dragon. At the same time, a horrible apparition was released, transforming into a divine ape. Up! Yi Futian roared. The divine ape instantly released horrible power and lifted the demonic tripod. In a moment, terrible power fell upon his body. Chapter 257. Resonance. Chapter 257. Resonance. Spiritual qi went crazy around the demonic tripod. A gust of powerful weight fell upon Yi Futian's body. At that moment, Yi Futian's body was like a demon, a dragon or golden rock. He withstood the horrible weight. The divine ape straightened its back and pushed the demonic tripod up bit by bit. The higher it raised the tripod, the heavier the weight. After a moment, the tripod was 1 foot in the air. Many people stared at Yi Futian. He was indeed a disciple of the cottage. He could raise the demonic tripod to 1 foot at once. His body didn't even directly touch the demonic tripod. Instead, he used his dharma to create a demon that did it. Images on the tripod shone. Those demonic pictures flowed with horrible light, and formless power descended upon it, making it thousands of pounds heavy. It was about to collapse everything. At the same time, horrible demonic will rushed into Yi Futian's mind, transforming into invisible pressure. The pressure went from invisible to visible. The stronger he fought back, the stronger the pressure became. There was no limit to its pressure. Yi Futian's movements were slow, but they didn't stop. The demonic tripod continued rising. He didn't dare lift it all up at once. The fiercer his moves, the stronger the backlash was. If he suddenly hit the limit he could withstand, he would be dead. This tripod had an evil reputation and really had killed people. When the demonic tripod reached 2 feet, the pressure was even stronger. Various demonic images appeared in Yi Futian's mind. A burst of power pressed down on him uncontrollably. The national treasure of the Qin dynasty really could repress anything. Yi Futian felt this pressure. The strong will inside his mind fought against the demonic will that entered. He used the emperor's intent to protect his mind, and light flowed through his body. He was practically undefeatable. However, the demonic tripod stopped. Yi Futian didn't continue lifting it. The power coming from the tripod was already powerful enough. Even though he could continue raising it, he didn't. The powerful intent protected his own from extinguishing. At the same time, his spiritual intent bore the demonic tripod's power. The intent accidentally entered the demonic tripod. He seemed to enter a magical image. It was the devil's world. A moment later, Yi Futian's intent retreated. He couldn't borrow the power from the emperor's intent. He couldn't fight against the devil's intent, but he could protect himself from extinguishing. Endless light fell upon his body. Powerful intent rushed into his mind. He actually activated the body-enhancing technique. Dragons seemed to crash around his body, and a rock appeared. A divine ape roared. He used the outside force to challenge his body. Lu Feiyang was right. He could indeed use the demonic tripod to exercise his physical body. However, the average man would not do this. After all, who could survive for this long under the demonic tripod? Only the best of the best could do so. Yi Futian maintained that posture without moving. The demonic tripod stayed at 2 feet in the air. He closed his eyes, letting the endless power wash over him. To outsiders, Yi Futian was using a technique to resist the demonic tripod. He can only do 2 feet? Someone muttered while looking at this scene. It would be impressive for someone else to do this, but this was Yi Futian. 2 feet wasn't much to brag about. But upon more thought, Yi Futian didn't have a high plane of cultivation. 2 feet was already very impressive. Their expectations for the cottage disciples were probably too high. But then they saw Yi Futian stay there without moving. He seemed to be at a stalemate with the demonic tripod. He bore the pressure endlessly. What is he doing? Does he wish to continue trying? Just as people were discussing amongst themselves, Yi Futian started moving. The demonic tripod rose a bit again. His body rumbled as if his blood was roaring. He was under such extreme pressure. It seems that he isn't satisfied, someone from the Donghua clan said, chuckling. So what if he wasn't satisfied? It will only get more and more difficult. It was hard for Yi Futian to advance further. After another while, the divine ape above Yi Futian rose up another inch. The pressure was even stronger. Yi Futian squeezed his eyes shut. Sweat beaded on his body. Are disciples of the cottage this cautious? Inemo said indifferently as he watched. He wished Yi Futian would try more fiercely. It would be hard to get killed if he was so cautious and tried bit by bit. Of course, if Yi Futian wouldn't give up and suddenly couldn't withstand it, he could still die. Everyone had different thoughts and ideas, but Yi Futian was completely focused. He was submerged in his own cultivation. Using the body-enhancing technique, he continuously exercised his body with the demonic tripod's pressure. Every now and then, he would push the tripod up a bit higher. This was adding more weight, so his cultivation was at the optimal state. Finally, when the tripod was 5 feet high, Yi Futian's body seemed ready to burst. A horrible windstorm whipped against him and his body pulled taut. His muscles were at their limits. Invisible power rushed in reverse. Spiritual chi formed a terrible windstorm. Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked up. The divine ape roared and raised its hands as if to lift up the sky. Endless physical strength exploded on Yi Futian's body. The power hit against the tripod, making it shoot up. Seeing this, Inmo's eyes flashed scarily. He really anticipated a scene like this. However, the moment Yi Futian's body erupted with boundless power, he flashed and walked out from the tripod like a rock. The horrible power from the demonic tripod almost crushed the air. The tripod fell heavily to the ground, shaking the ground like an earthquake. 3 feet. Everyone saw the distance of the last movement. Had Yi Futian used all his power to lift it to this limit? In a way, Yi Futian hadn't even done 3 feet because he'd escaped the moment he erupted with power. Previously, the top talents of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan only lifted 3 feet as well, Inemo said. Hearing this, many people's eyes flashed. Yi Futian's plane was low, but he was close to those people. And the Arhat was the most formidable. Yi Futian glanced at Inemo and chuckled. He didn't say anything. At that moment, his body had reached its limit. He made a breakthrough in the technique and leveled up in martial arts cultivation. Right now he felt so good. As for lifting the tripod, was there any meaning if he couldn't cultivate with it? So what if it 3 feet or 4? Someone as modest as him wouldn't care what the others thought of him. Right now he stared at the demonic tripod with burning eyes. This was such a precious item. It was unfortunate he couldn't take it away. Do you all want to try? Yi Futian asked when he returned to his group. Yi Wuxian shook his head. He was a pure swordsman in training. There were no benefits in lifting the tripod. Yusheng. Yi Futian's eyes fell on him. Yusheng nodded. He clearly understood what Yi Futian meant. He walked towards the demonic tripod. This tripod also suited him. He could exercise his physical body. Yusheng from the cottage. Many gazes fell upon him. Even though Yusheng wasn't an official disciple, he'd called himself the firewood chopper of the cottage at the Qin dynasty. No one dared to overlook him. He walked under the demonic tripod. He was as muscular as Kuashan and grabbed the 2 legs of the tripod. With a burst of strength he lifted the tripod. Horrible pressure came from the demonic tripod. Yusheng roared, but the tripod kept rising. Quickly reached 1 foot. Kuashan's eyes hardened, feeling speechless. This guy was more powerful than him. Tuoba Yun also shut his mouth. He'd already shut his mouth when Futian started lifting the tripod because he couldn't do it. When the pressure weighed down, Yushang's body glowed dark gold. He seemed to be covered in armor. Endless power crushed down. When the formless demonic intent descended, Yushang's eyes turned eerie and demonic. The powerful intent feared nothing and he continued raising the tripod. Slowly the tripod reached 2 feet. So terrifyingly powerful. Everyone watched Yushang. He glowed with demonic dark gold light. His body was about to explode. It was scary but the tripod was still rising. Horrible demonic intent flooded into Yushang's intent. His own intent was frightening too. His eyes seemed to turn into demonic orbs and whirlpools seemed to appear in his skin that swallowed the power pressing down. At the same time, his intent was absorbing the demonic intent and exorcising himself. He pushed the tripod up. It reached 2 feet 1 inch 2 inches. It approached 3 feet. Many people's hearts trembled. He was close to 3 feet and was stronger than Futian. Oh! Futian's eyes flashed and there was a strange glint. He sensed something different. Using the freedom meditation he saw something shocking. The demonic strength flowing through Yushang was resonating with the power produced by the demonic tripod. Futian knew that Yushang's technique was suitable for lifting the tripod, but he didn't expect this. What kind of power did his godfather give Yushang to cultivate? He was even swallowing the power of the demonic tripod. Yushang's body was still rising. The demonic tripod had passed 3 feet and was still going. There wasn't any sign of slowing down. What's going on? The strong cultivators nearby were all shocked. Just then there was a terrible flash behind Yushang. Then huge wings appeared like the wings of a devil. They flapped powerfully as Yushang continued up. The demonic tripod became higher and higher. 3 feet for feet it didn't stop. He had already surpassed the Arhat but didn't seem to have reached his limit yet. It also seemed that he had no limit. Futian was intrigued. Could they take the demonic tripod away today? If so, he really had to thank the Yin family. Chapter 258 Joke? Chapter 258 Joke? A gust of dark power flowed from the demonic tripod to Yushang's body. The tripod spun without stop as if resonating with Yushang's intent. The surroundings were affected too. He truly did cultivate the extremely domineering demonic method. It could activate the demonic images and in turn activate his techniques. Covered in armor, he was formidable and powerful now, like an ancient devil. Even so, the demonic tripod was still filled with powerful pressure. As it continued rising, there was strong power pressing down. Even as it resonated with him, the two forces clashed against each other. Under the clashing, the demonic tripod continued rising. Yushang is so powerful. Everyone's hearts trembled. He had surpassed the Arhat. The power he displayed now was like a devil. The demonic tripod was now 5 feet high. His demonic wings were still flapping. This scene was extremely impressive. He was like a devil lifting the tripod. It was a powerful sight. Mo's eyes were frozen on him. Earlier he had said that no one could surpass the Arhat's record in the near future. But Yushang had done so. He had even surpassed him by so much. Even more frightening, this wasn't the end. Yushang could continue. Where was his limit? Finally Yushang stopped at 5 feet. The demonic tripod was in the air. Strands of dark gold light flowed through Yushang's body. Many people were intrigued by this sight. Was he absorbing the demonic tripod's power for cultivation? Futian hadn't been obvious, but Yushang was different. Other than repressing his power, the dark gold light seemed to get absorbed by his armor. Strands appeared between him and the demonic tripod. More and more people came over and were shocked by what they saw. This tripod is evil and contains demonic strength. Even the Buddhist techniques couldn't purify it. I felt strong backlash earlier, the Arhat said at that time. Many people turned to look at him. He continued, but he is cultivating with the tripod. His technique must be the powerful demonic method that resonates with the tripod. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They had felt something strange. The Arhat had the Dharmakaksu and could see more things clearly. Since he said so, he must be right. If he receives the tripod, it will be inauspicious. the Arhat said with his palms together in prayer. Everyone's eyes flashed and glinted. What did he mean? Was he saying that Yusheng was inauspicious? Arhat, what do you mean? Someone from the Donghua clan asked. An inauspicious man will have bloody hands. He will be a sinner that brings retributions. The Arhat seemed to be a compassionate man. Yi Futian's eyes flashed and he looked over coldly. It is not like a Buddhist to come to brash conclusions, Yi Futian said coolly. How could the Arhat decide Yusheng would definitely bring retribution? The Arhat gazed at him. Since I said so, I definitely did not decide brashly. If you are so compassionate, why are you here instead of saving the world? Yi Futian said sarcastically. He had come to lift the tripod but was now preaching to the audience. Yusheng had a bad temper but he wasn't a murderer. His anger was only created because of Yi Futian. The Arhat shook his head but didn't continue. Yusheng continued cultivating. The demonic tripod rose bit by bit. After a while it was already 6 feet in the air. Inemo stared at this in shock. To him this was like a miracle. The Yin family guarded the tripod tower but no one had ever done this. Even the disciples of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan could only reach 3 feet. The Arhat hadn't gone past 4 feet. Now Yusheng had completely broken the records. The crown prince of Qin had reached 8 feet. Could Yusheng surpass that? He thought of the myths left behind by the ancestors. Thinking of how Yusheng might surpass 8 feet, Inmo's expression changed. As the demonic tripod rose, the spiritual qi around it went wild. They seemed to be covered in dark light. Strands of air current flowed to a terrifying extreme. The sky changed color and the pressure even went towards the surroundings. This wasn't the limit either. As Yusheng cultivated, the demonic tripod continued rising. In the darkness, everyone felt a frightening aura. Even if they weren't the one lifting the tripod, they still felt the pressure. It seemed to come down from thin air. Some people retreated. The pressure was so strong. It felt that they were all lifting the tripod instead of just Yusheng. The tripod was now at 7 feet. The sky and ground were completely black. Everyone kept retreating and even people from far away could see this phenomenon. Some people hurried over. Inemo looked more and more uncomfortable. What would happen if Yusheng really could reach 9 feet? Was he supposed to let Yusheng take the tripod? The demonic tripod was his family's treasure. Even if no one in the Yin family could use it now, it had still been there since the Qian dynasty. His family always hoped that a later descendant could accomplish it. If Yusheng from the cottage took it, it wouldn't belong to them anymore. Thinking of his earlier words, he started regretting. How could anyone imagine this? This was something not even the elders of the Yin family could accomplish. Who would have thought that someone in the Dharma plane could do it? Right now he was praying Yusheng would get killed. Back then, the Qin crown prince had lifted the tripod 8 feet and wanted to continue to take the tripod away. That was when he was killed by the backlash. Inemo had never seen the scene, but Yusheng couldn't be more powerful than a crown prince, right? Behind Inemo there was a tower that stood there, facing Yusheng. The tripod tower wasn't just the demonic tripod. There was also this tower. It was also a relic from the Qin dynasty. A group walked out of the tower now. They seemed to sense some change and looked over. The leader was very extraordinary and stood out from the crowd. However, his expression was cold and proud. He was Yin Jun, the youngest representative of the Yin family. Now he walked over and gazed at Yusheng. What is going on? He asked Inemo, who is this? Seeing Yin Jun's arrival, Inmo's expression changed. Yusheng from the cottage. Yusheng. Yin Jun's eyes flashed. He quickly thought of someone. Apparently, Gu Donglu had gone to the Qin dynasty because Yusheng had been hurt by one of Donghua clan's nobles. He looked up towards Yusheng. Yusheng was using the demonic tripod to cultivate and the tripod rose up bit by bit. It gradually approached the 8 feet mark. This was what the crown prince had done many years ago. The matrices around him kept getting activated. The demonic tripod released power crazily. It was like the end of the world. Finally Yusheng reached 8 feet. There were countless figures in the vast sky. They had all come from afar to watch Yusheng. The scene before their eyes was extremely shocking. A devil was raising the tripod. Inemo opened his mouth to speak but then stopped. His eyes fell upon Yi Futian and said, during the Qian dynasty, The Qin crown prince raised the tripod to 8 feet and wanted to continue. However, he suffered from the backlash and was killed. He is now at 8 feet. If he continues, it will be too dangerous. You should tell him to stop. Yi Futian gazed at Inmo. Yusheng was now at 8 feet and was still cultivating. He was working steadily and rising bit by bit. He could resonate with the demonic tripod and fight back against the repressive force. Why should he stop? Yusheng really wanted to take it away. Earlier, he'd asked Inmo how to take the tripod, but Inmo said he didn't know. Inmo's attitude hadn't been like this before. He'd hoped that they would raise the tripod and wished they would get killed. Now he was worrying for Yusheng's safety. Yi Futian didn't believe him. There was only one reason for him to say this. It was possible for Yusheng to take the tripod and Inmo knew the limit. Thinking of this, Yi Futian chuckled. Yusheng knows his limits. If he really is lucky enough to take the demonic tripod, I'll have to thank the Yin family. Take it. Yin Zhen's eyes flashed at this. He said, the demonic tripod is our family's but is open to the public. Anyone can try to lift it, but who said you could take it? Yi Futian frowned at this. Were they eating their words now? I only know that someone from the Yin family said that if you can take it, then do as you please. Everyone here heard it. Yi Futian said indifferently. They had risked their lives to lift the tripod, but now the Yin family was joking with him? Impossible. It dawned on Yin Zhen. He gazed coldly at Inmo. The latter looked uncomfortable. Looking at Yi Futian, he said, that was just a joke. Did you take it for real? Who's joking with you? Yi Futian gazed coolly at him. Did Inmo really think he couldn't understand his attitude from before? Inmo had hoped the demonic tripod would kill them and egg them on. But now he said he had been joking? The people who heard this conversation were shocked. Would Yusheng really be able to take the tripod? The Yin family seemed to regret it. Of course, they could see that when Inmo agreed earlier, he had been gleeful. He definitely didn't expect this result, so now he was panicking. Yin Zhen's expression was extremely cold. He looked from Inmo to Yi Futian and said, Inmo cannot represent the Yin family. Do not take those words seriously. While he spoke, Yusheng was still rising. He had gone past 8 feet, surpassing the Qin crown prince. Chapter 259. Just learn nothing. Chapter 259. Just learn nothing. Hearing Yin Zhen's words, Yi Futian looked up at Yusheng in the sky. He knew it from the eyes of the Yin family. There was a great possibility for Yusheng to take the demonic tripod. At this moment, both Yin Zhen and Inmo were a little bit nervous, especially Inmo, who had spoken carelessly because he never predicted this situation. Were they going to take their words back? Since you belong to the Yin family, and you have been the keeper of the demonic tripod for so many years, you can represent the Yin family. Your words count. Yi Futian looked at Yusheng instead of Yin Zhen. At this moment the scene was strange. The sky was dark and frightening. Since Inmo had said they could do whatever they wanted, they would definitely take this treasure away. Moreover, this demonic tripod was perfect for Yusheng. Standing in the center of the storm, Yusheng's life seemed to be at stake. Therefore, it was impossible for Yin Zhen to end things by saying that Inmo could not stand for the Yin family. Yin Zhen stepped forward to under the demonic tripod, followed by his other family members. He glanced at Yi Futian. He did not have much fear when facing a disciple of the cottage. The Yin family was low-key, but that didn't mean they were weak. As the former lord, they still dominated Chaoga City even though they had declined. Moreover, they were attached to the Qin dynasty. There was already a conflict between the Qin dynasty and the cottage, so he didn't have to fear the disciples of the cottage. Inmo didn't speak properly. He will get punished. However, if you as a disciple of the cottage purport to seize our treasure that has been passed down through generations, intending to bully us, the Yin family will not let you go. Yin Zhen stared at Yi Futian coldly. Now that the demonic tripod is lifted high enough, it's time for him to stop or he will be hurt. We don't wish to see someone from the cottage get hurt. He has never had such a worry. Yi Futian glanced at Yin Zhen and said, therefore don't bother yourselves. People in the distance sensed the hostility growing between the two. They realized that it was very possible for Yusheng to take the demonic tripod away. Obviously, the Yin family couldn't allow that. Yin Zhan stared at Yi Futian, but Yi Futian didn't look at him. He still looked at the figure in the sky. The pressure on Yu Shang's body had reached a dreadful level. Endless dark lights flowed through him. The demonic tripod rose extremely slowly, but it was still rising. Every inch higher was enough to make the Yin family tense up. They desperately looked forward to seeing Yu Shang be killed just like the former crown prince. A terrible storm was coming. The patterns on the demonic tripod seemed to be alive like devils. Just then Yu Shang roared. The magic lights were still flowing in him. His body continued ascending fiercely inch by inch, gradually approaching 9 feet. The sky changed. Those devils seemed to come to life. Beams of lights projected straight into the sky. The magic lights here were so dazzling, even going to the tower behind the tripod. Beams of light burst from the tripod tower like lights of the 5 elements and descended onto the demonic tripod. A voice was heard from the tower. "Put it down." This voice fell on the demonic tripod like thunder. More pressure descended on it like a tyrannical will accompanying the lights of 5 elements. With a loud bang, the demonic tripod shook. Yu Shang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. The weight above the tripod pressed down to crush him. Yu Shang was going to be killed. There was a shocking roar and a devilish apparition appeared above Yu Shang. It pushed against the demonic tripod so that it couldn't kill Yu Shang on the spot. Everyone looked up to the tower. Who could it be? Acting at this critical time, the speaker intended to kill Yu Shang. The scene was too thrilling. Yu Shang had been pushed down to 3 feet. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed. Though the power contained in that voice was not very strong, any slight force could be fatal to Yu Shang when he was fighting against the power from the demonic tripod. Was it the Yin family's act? But by common sense they should not be so bold. After all, Donghua clan had done a similar thing not long ago, and the result was that the noble was disabled. The Yin family was indeed attached to the Qin dynasty, but they did not belong to the top forces. They wouldn't dare bully the cottage or the consequences could be disastrous. Yi Futian's expression changed. He looked up to the tower with extremely cold eyes. How could someone dare to intervene at this time? Yu Shang had almost been killed. His extremely cold eyes fell on Yin Zhan. Even Yin Zhan's expression had changed a little. He knew what was going on, but that was not what he wanted to see. Yi Futian stepped out, but he was stopped by Yin Zhan. Yin Zhan persuaded, "Let him stop. We are sorry for what happened in the tower, but we didn't mean to do it. Move." Yi Futian looked at Yin Zhan coldly. They just denied what Yin Mo had promised. Now they wanted to shirk responsibility too? He would like to see who was in the tower. Yi Futian walked toward the tower, followed by Yi Wuqian. Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu were left to watch Yin Zhan's people. Yi Futian flew straight to the sky above the tower. He suddenly saw 2 figures standing in the corridor of the tower. The man's handsomeness was peerless while the woman's beauty was matchless. People were all amazed at the sight of the two. They were Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengru. Qian Shanmu was known as number 1 in rhythmic sorcery among the young generations. Qin Mengru was the princess of the Qin dynasty. They were the bride and bridegroom who should be preparing for their wedding in Chaoga City. Why were they here? Clearly, the Yin family invited them here. However, Qian Shanmu shouldn't be the one who had spoken. There was something still unknown in that tower. Yi Futian stood before it. He was stopped by Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengru. The entrance was behind them. Move. Yi Futian glanced at the two. Qin Mengru frowned. Her eyes were proud. She didn't expect that Yi Futian would talk to her in such a rude way. This is the Yin family's land, Qian Shanmu said. It's inappropriate for you to come here. Yi Futian didn't care about them and just released his dharma. The moon and sun appeared at the same time. Qian Shanmu frowned. You aren't my match yet. Sunlight and moonlight from Yi Futian's dharma came down at the same time, shooting toward Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengru. Qian Shanmu took out his flute and began to play. Suddenly, a frenzied storm came and shrouded the area. The flute was sharp and harsh. When the dharma met the sound, it turned into spiritual qi and dissipated. Yi Futian stepped forward with an amazing speed. His body seemed to have transformed into flames. He released ancient words that burned towards Qian Shanmu. He also raised his hands and sent out a handprint that destroyed everything. Qian Shanmu's music turned into sharp swords and ripped Yi Futian's dharma apart. That terrible spirit contained in the sound seemed to turn into arrows. Spiritual qi went wild and the golden arrows, guided by the rhythmic sorcery, shot toward Yi Futian. Boom boom boom. Frantic power broke out. Arrows were burnt but the handprint broke too. Yi Futian backed off but the icy intent released by the dharma kept blooming. Countless arrows froze and fell down. So powerful. Yi Futian deserves to be a disciple of the cottage. But there is still a distance between him and Qian Shanmu, people commented. However, Yi Futian didn't intend to give up. He kept moving forward while his aura was growing more furious. Almost at the same time a sword appeared. Yi Wuxian had acted. The sword went directly toward Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengru. Go inside, Yi Wuxian told Yi Futian. His sword was stopped by Qian Shanmu. But the next moment, both Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengru fell into his sword world. They saw countless fierce swords rushing toward them. Qian Shanmu's flute grew harsher. It was as if numerous spiritual arrows penetrated into Yi Wuxian's brain. However, his spiritual swords also penetrated into Qian Shanmu's brain. With countless swords sweeping over, Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengru were forced to retreat. Who is he? Someone saw Yi Wuxian and asked. He is Yi Wuxian from the Kangyi Kingdom, another answered. He and Yi Futian became famous in the barren ancient world at the same time. He is now the disciple of the Fuyun sword clan. They didn't expect that Yi Wuxian to be strong enough to beat back Qian Shanmu. Yi Futian rushed into the tower with an extreme speed. There was another door in the tower. There were strong cultivators guarding outside the door of the Yin family. They stared at Yi Futian indifferently, blocking his path. Yi Futian looked inside coldly. Tell him to give up, one of them said indifferently. Judging from their auras, they were at the noble level. The guards were actually nobles. You've learned nothing, have you? A voice said from the outside. Then a figure rushed into the tower. It was Luo Fan. He looked at the two nobles beside the door and asked, Do you remember what happened at the Qin Palace? The two nobles frowned. They knew what happened outside, though they were always guarding here. They had heard about what happened in the Qin dynasty too. But we won't let the cottage rob the Yin family's treasure. One of the nobles responded coldly. Luo Fan stepped forward. The fire stick in his hand instantly turned red. Suddenly, Flame Dragon Whip appeared, dancing in the tower. Chapter 260, Chapter 260 Obliteration. Chapter 260. Chapter 260. Obliteration. Luo Fan did not say anything unnecessary. This was the second time. Previously, the Donghua clan had already done something similar. Now, even the dying dynasty dared to bully the cottage like this. The dragon whip charged out. Many fire dragons seemed to appear in the sky and swept towards the two nobles directly. The two emitted a violent aura. They retreated to the side and did not dare to release too much power in case it would cause the entire tower to collapse. Seeing an opening, Yi Futian flashed forward, stepping into the door. How dare you? The two nobles wanted to stop him, but the dragon whip lashed onto the space. Even the space seemed to be cut into two pieces by the flaming dragon whip, and they did not dare to resist it head-on. At the moment, many cultivators had arrived outside the tower. The people from the Qin dynasty, the Donghua clan, and the Yin family reached gradually, all wanting to enter the tower. However, on the eaves of the tower, a figure was standing quietly. It was Shui Yi, the fourth disciple of the cottage. Thousands of pages danced around him and flooded the entire space, blocking everyone outside. Does the cottage intend to cross the line? A cultivator from the Yin family said coldly, staring at Shui Yi. I have something to announce. Although Yu Sheng is not officially a cottage disciple yet, his status is equivalent to one. The Yin family should pray that he is fine at the moment. Otherwise, there will be no more Yin family in the Eastern Barren Territory. Shui Yi said calmly and looked at the cultivator from the Yin family as if it was something very ordinary. Are you joking? A cultivator from the Qin dynasty said emotionlessly. The Yin family was a subsidiary force of the Qin dynasty. Scholars are all honest people. We don't joke, Shui Yi said. The faces of the people from the Yin family turned extremely pale. The disciples of the cottage would always do what they had said. Even a noble from the Donghua clan was disabled by them just like that. Actually, the people from the Yin family naturally did not dare to deal with Yusheng like that. Otherwise, if he really died, it would also be a disaster for the Yin family. However, the person who just shouted was not a current member of the Yin family, but a being in the tower. Do scholars like to snatch what they like by force as well? A cultivator from the Donghua clan questioned. I can testify for this. Someone from the Yin family said himself that cottage disciples can take the demonic tripod away if they have the ability to do so. Lu Feiyong smiled and said, It's not just me. Many people here should have heard this as well. The looks from the cultivators of the Yin family were extremely cold as they stared at Yin Mo who was below them. At the moment, Yin Mo's body was trembling. Clearly, he knew that his unintentional words had gotten them into much trouble. The people of my Yin family are not disciplined enough, an elder of the Yin family said. That's it? Not disciplined enough? Shuiyi smiled. Furthermore, you almost killed my cottage disciple. The cottage wants to snatch the treasure of my Yin family, and yet you sound so righteous. This is way too much. In the sky, another cultivator had arrived. It was the master of the Yin family. He had a terrifying aura around his body as if he was a ferocious beast. His burly body was filled with an extremely violent strength. The third brother once said that cottage disciples are reasonable. However, since we have met unreasonable people, we can only speak with our fists. Shuiyi looked at the master of the Yin family, and his voice suddenly turned dominating. We are bullying your Yin family. So what? Dong. The master of the Yin family took a step forward, and his might crushed everything beside him. Try it if you dare. Suddenly a cold voice spread out. Many people looked in that direction and saw a lady standing proudly. The lady had a proud temperament and was standing with her body straight. Behind her, there were many other cultivators. A mountain elder from the college. Some people knew her identity. Zhu Qing, a mountain elder in the college. This time, it was not only the cottage which came from the college. 2 mountain elders went down the mountain as well. The mountain elders were preceded only by the college chief. Unlike the ordinary college disciples, they naturally knew what to do in this kind of situation. At the moment, another cultivator arrived at the place. He had a very sharp temperament and was carrying a blade behind his back. He was from the Sword Saint Mountain. After the event at the Qin dynasty, my master said that anyone who bullies his junior at the cottage will do so at his own risk. The person said emotionlessly. Immediately, the whole atmosphere became tense. When the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan teamed up, they were naturally a superpower in the Eastern Barren territory. However, the cottage, the college, and the Sword Saint Mountain were no weaker when they joined up either. If a war really was to break out, the entire Eastern Barren territory would be covered in blood. As for the Yin family, although it had a strong power in Chaoga City, it was really too weak when compared to such a force. The master of the Yin family stopped in his spot. The atmosphere immediately became extremely tense. The people from all the major forces had already arrived. Seeing the scene, a strange expression appeared on their faces. The event at the moment looked somewhat similar to the one at the Qin dynasty. However, in the last time, the cottage disciples appeared to be isolated and helpless. The issue was only solved after Gu Donglu went down the mountain. This time was different. After the last event, the Sword Saint had made his position directly and instructed his disciples on what to do. Therefore, today the Sword Saint Mountain stood out at once. Furthermore, there was also the college this time. The college had 9 mountains. Apart from the first mountain where the college chief resided and the cottage, there were still 7 mountains. All the 7 mountain elders were not simple. The situation went into a stalemate at this instant. Yusheng was trying to lift the tripod again and he was still as violent as before. The demonic tripod was emitting a whizzing sound and even caused the sky to darken. Along with the 2 parties facing each other in a stalemate, the atmosphere appeared to be extremely repressed. At the moment, Yi Futian stepped into the hall in the tower. The magnificent hall was emitting an ancient feeling. Yi Futian stared at the space in front of him directly. There was a matrix which was crafted from many brilliant symbols. Inside the matrix there was an illusory figure formed by willpower which looked like an elder. Previously when Yusheng was attacked, Yi Futian already knew that it was a will attack. Now when he saw the scene, he realized that the illusory figure was a person from the previous generation in the Yin family. His will did not dissipate and was kept by the matrix so that he could be worshipped at this place. Around the matrix there were 5 rods. On each rod, a light of different color was flowing, and they represented the 5 elements respectively. The matrix was connected by the 5 illusory rods. It rotated continuously and repeatedly to absorb the power of the 5 elements in the world. The elder stared coldly at Futian. He had clearly sensed the situation outside. His action of interrupting the person who was trying to lift the tripod seemed to have brought much trouble to the Yin family, which he did not expect to happen. He was worshipped at this place. Although he did know some of the things happening outside, his knowledge was very limited. Obviously, he did not know what happened in the Qin dynasty. Today, the younger generation of the Yin family had brought the 2 geniuses from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan to the place in order to learn from him. He gave the 2 a lecture. Before the event regarding Yu Shang happened, ancestor of the Yin family? Futian glanced coldly at the figure. His roar almost caused the demonic tripod to kill Yu Shang on the spot. He walked forward and approached the matrix. Youngster, this is not where you are supposed to enter. Go out, the illusory figure said emotionlessly. The rods are not bad. Can you give them to me for free? Futian neared the matrix and reached out his hand. Holding one of the rods installed in the place, he applied a gentle force and wanted to pull it out. Bang! A violent, invisible gust of spiritual qi erupted and enveloped him, pressuring his body. The illusory figure said coldly, "You think that I do not dare to kill you? You have already seen the situation outside. If anything happens to me, the Yin family will die with me." Futian smiled as if he was not worried at all. He continued to exert force, attempting to take the rod away. The illusory figure looked frustrated. If the rods were taken away, the matrix would collapse and his existence could no longer be maintained. Are all the young people today so presumptuous? He stared at Futian. In an instant he turned into a frightening willpower and started to pressure Futian. At this moment, Futian only felt like he was standing against a top noble. The might wanted to crush his will. Do you want to leave yourself? Or do you need me to send you away? An emotionless voice erupted in Futian's mind as if the illusory figure had charged into his mind directly. He sounded extremely arrogant. Idiot! A mocking smile appeared on Futian's face. Then water and flame intense exploded simultaneously and enveloped the illusory will directly. Futian was actually waiting for him to launch a willpower attack. If it was a real top-level noble will, he would lose. However, the opposite party was trying to pressure him with a residue willpower only. You are overconfident, the elder said coldly and allowed the water and flame intense to approach himself. Is it? The 2 communicated through their wills. On Futian's body, an extremely dazzling light was flowing, as if it was Emperor's light. The water and flame intense charged into the illusory will. A divine flame seemed to appear on the flame intent and turned into several ancient characters. Fire, flare, blaze. Every ancient character seemed to contain an emperor's imprint. The illusory figure gasped in horror as he could only feel his will starting to burn. At the same moment, the icy intent engulfed him as well. It was sufficient to freeze any willpower to death. Under the water and flame intense, the illusory figure cried in pain and roared angrily, "Go away." The illusory figure turned extremely violent as he tried to break free and escape. You can go and really die now. Futian's voice was very cold. The will of the elder was slowly eaten away. At the center of the matrix, the elderly figure trembled wildly and turned lighter and lighter. Help! He shouted loudly. Outside the tower, many people were astonished, especially those from the Yin family. Get out of the way! The master of the Yin family roared in anger and stepped forward, causing Shuiye's spells to erupt totally. At the same time, a dragon whip struck out and actually caused 2 nobles to be blown away. Then Luofan appeared at the place as well. Seeing Luofan's emergence, many people were momentarily stunned. Even Shuiye had a strange expression on his face as he said, "It's not you. I think the little brother can settle it himself," Luofan said. Quick! The figure in the tower called for help again. In the matrix, the figure became more and more illusory. Gradually it turned into nothingness and totally disappeared. Yi Futian looked in front of him coldly. The matrix stopped slowly and the 5 illusory rods around it actually turned into 5 beams of light which flew towards the same spot. They converged together and turned into a single body. Chapter 261, Small Tricks? Chapter 261, Small Tricks? The rod was glittering with the light of 5 different colors. Yi Futian was stunned for a while. It seemed that apart from the matrix, the power of the ritual implement was also used to seal the willpower of the ancestor of the Yin family at this place. He released his will and entered the rod. Immediately, a link was formed between Yi Futian and the rod. Extending his arm, the rod flew into his hand. The spiritual qi of the 5 elements circled around the rod, which could change its color depending on the element. 5-element rod. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled and he controlled his willpower. Immediately, the rod turned flame red, as if it could burn everything in the world. Then, he controlled his will again and the rod turned green and extremely soft. He swung his hand and the rod started to extend, could even bend like vines. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. The 5-element rod could actually change its form. It was indeed a treasure. It seemed that he really had to thank the Yin family. Raising his legs, Yi Futian began to walk outside. At the moment, the atmosphere outside the tower was already extremely tense. The master of the Yin family wanted to enter by force, but Zhu Qing appeared before him. The master of the Yin family knew that although the Yin family was a subsidiary force under the Qin dynasty, if a war really was to break out, the Yin family would suffer the most. Furthermore, it was still unknown whether the Qin dynasty would really start a war because of the Yin family in the first place. Yi Futian walked out of the tower. At once, he was greeted by countless stares. Seeing the rod in Yi Futian's hand, the face of the master of the Yin family instantly turned extremely cold as he stared firmly at Yi Futian. You destroyed the matrix? Yep. Yi Futian nodded and was very calm. You wanted to take away the demonic tripod of my Yin family, and now you have destroyed the will of my ancestor. This is really too much. The master of the Yin family roared in anger. Don't pretend like you have been wronged. Zhu Qing glanced at the master of the Yin family emotionlessly. I already know what happened. You said that the words from the person who guards the demonic tripod cannot represent the attitude of the entire Yin family. Do you think the people from the college are all idiots? If it's just like that, we can ignore it. But when Yu Sheng was about to break the binding and lift the tripod, you suppressed him by force directly. If Yu Sheng is not a member of the college, I think that even if he was killed, you all would not even frown and hesitate a bit. Now, you want to act as if you are the pitiful person here? The people around were all speechless. This was, in fact, the reality. Power is above everything. If Yu Sheng was not from the cottage, he would not dare to think about taking the demonic tripod away. Otherwise, he would not even know what killed him. The Yin family felt wrong because they could not do anything, and that in turn was because of their strength because they were against the college. Just as they were talking, an extremely violent aura was released near the demonic tripod. Yu Sheng seemed to have turned into a devil completely, and broke the binding continuously. He lifted the tripod to 9 feet high and even the sky seemed to discolor. Following a loud roar, the endless power of the matrix dissipated and the repressive force vanished. Lifting the tripod, Yu Sheng ascended into the air like an overpowering demon king. He did it. Everyone was shocked. Yu Sheng caused the demonic tripod to break free from the binding of the matrix. The demonic tripod was still filled with a shocking demonic will, but the patterns and light on the tripod were disappearing slowly. In the next moment, the huge demonic tripod turned into a small tripod and landed in Yu Sheng's palm. The demonic forces in the sky dissipated. Yu Sheng had done what nobody could in thousands of years. The demonic tripod finally found its master. Ba. The Arhat put his hands together and said softly, ominous sign. Everyone around looked at the Arhat. Previously, the Arhat already said that if Yu Sheng was to get the demonic tripod, something very evil would happen. Now Yu Sheng did it. Did it mean that in the future, he would really kill a lot of people just like what the Arhat had said? The tripod was left by the ancestors of my Yin family. The expression of the master of the Yin family froze. The demonic tripod was really lifted by Yu Sheng. Clearly, he was planning to bring the tripod away. The demonic tripod has found its master, and can finally release its radiance. The Yin family should be happy instead. Zhu Qing glanced at Yu Sheng. The master of the Yin family looked extremely annoyed. In the tripod tower, both the demonic tripod and the will of their ancestor were actually indeed quite useless to the Yin family. However, they were the only remains from the previous generations. They were the proofs that the Yin family had once been glorious. The tripod tower zone was open to the public, and anyone could come and try to lift the tripod. The purpose of this was so that other people in the world would not forget that the Yin family was once grand. However, because of the events today, the remains were all taken away. Furthermore, the Yin family had also lost all its face. As for the death of his ancestor, he was actually not very bothered. The ancestor had been worshipped for so many years and was already valueless long ago. Now he even brought a disaster to the Yin family. The master of the Yin family also knew that if the ancestor did not attack and almost kill Yu Sheng, the issue might still be alleviated. However, after he launched the attack, the conflict broke up completely. The Yin family was wrong in the first place. Since the cottage had all the reasons on their side, they would certainly be domineering. Everyone knew what kind of place the college cottage was. The atmosphere froze at this instant. The college and the cottage would not actively start a dispute. However, if they were provoked, they were not afraid to start a war. The others could choose whether to offend them or not. In fact, this kind of attitude would usually be the most difficult one to deal with. They were all major forces standing at the top of the pyramid in the Eastern Barren territory. Who would dare to start a war so easily? Even if they did and one of the forces won, the force would also just barely win and suffer a huge loss. Those forces watching the war in safety would then reap the spoils without any effort. I heard that you were threatened by Gu Zhiqiu not long ago? At the moment, among the people from the Qin dynasty, Qin Li suddenly looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled, and he stared at Qin Li. The people from the college and the cottage frowned. You disgraced his junior sister as a servant and were threatened. Then, you came to the Yin family and bullied them by taking advantage of your background. Only able to do those small tricks. Is that you, Yi Futian? Qin Li smiled mockingly. Since this is the case, Senior Yin, we will just give the treasure to the cottage for free. A few days later, we will have some friendly fights with the college disciples. How is that? Hearing Qin Li's words, the master of the Yin family knew that he could not do anything else. Clearly, the Qin dynasty was not willing to start a war because of the issue. As the grandson of the king of Qin, Qin Li's words were naturally impactful. What did the Yin family have to deal with the college? All right, we'll give it to the college for free. The master of the Yin family gritted his teeth and said. Many of the onlookers around felt somewhat disappointed. Do they not dare to start a war in the end? Onlookers who are watching for fun will never be afraid that the matter may get out of hand. Of course, they also knew that it was not easy for these kinds of forces to start a war. Please. Qin Li signaled everyone to give way. Immediately, all the people stepped aside to allow the people from the college to leave. He appeared to be very polite. He smiled and looked at Yi Futian, as if he was not the loser. Let's go, Zhu Qing said. The group stepped out and passed through the crowd. When Yi Futian passed by Qin Li, he stopped for a moment. Looking at Qin Li, he smiled and then he left the place. Qin Li's eyes sparkled. The smile Yi Futian had before he left was very weird. What did he mean? Yu Sheng, Yi Futian shouted. Yu Sheng followed the group and they walked away. On the way, Luo Fan walked beside Yi Futian and asked, What did Gu Zhiqiu do to you? He warned me, but it's no big deal. Qin Li incited us deliberately. He probably hopes that we will fall out with the witch clan. Yi Futian smiled. He knew exactly what Qin Li was thinking. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan had teamed up. The two superpowers then established a college. Also, Qin Li went to the Moon clan to chase the virgin Chu Yao. Obviously, they wanted to ally with various forces and give the college a blow first by pulling it down from its sacred position. Since when did you have such a low profile? Luo Fan smiled and did not say anything else. Yi Futian and his team went back to their individual residences. The news quickly spread in Chaoga City. A cottage disciple actually snatched the treasure of the Yin family by force. Yi Futian was even described by Qin Li as someone who could only do small tricks. Furthermore, according to Qin Li, the warlock Gu Jiqiu from the witch clan threatened Yi Futian because of his junior Gu Bue. Both the cottage and Yi Futian did not reply anything. Was it because they knew they were in the wrong? Anyhow, Yi Futian's own level was not high, but he had been creating trouble in many places by relying on the name of the cottage. It seemed that he was indeed a troublemaker and unworthy of his name. Yi Futian's reputation was ruined in such an odd way. However, he did not bother to pay attention to the rumors outside. Common people were always like this. Their thoughts were easily changed by the words of others. They believed that whatever everyone else was saying must be true. However, if one was really that outstanding, there would eventually be a day when everyone would know one's name and what kind of person one was. There was no need to explain, or to deliberately prove anything. In the next few days, Yi Futian and Yusheng both kept a low profile. In the inn, Yusheng was quietly cultivating. At the moment, he was sitting inside the demonic tripod. The tripod had restored to its original size and was standing on the ground. Yusheng released his demonic art and drew the power of the demonic tripod. In an instant, the demon patterns on the tripod seemed to have come alive. A terrifying demonic light flew and gushed into Yusheng's body wildly. The entire scene was very appalling. A rumbling sound erupted forcefully from the demonic tripod. There seemed to be an extremely violent power that was perfecting Yusheng's physical body. After cultivating for quite a while, a fierce bang was suddenly heard. A beam of dark demonic light charged up towards the roof and crushed the room. Yusheng emerged on the spot. The demonic tripod turned into a small tripod which he held in his hand. A monstrous demonic light was flowing on his body. Yi Futian came to the place. Glancing at the room which had largely disappeared, he rolled his eyes. Can this guy not make such an exaggerated impact when he cultivates? You managed to break through? Yi Futian asked Yusheng. Yup, Yusheng nodded. I have entered the 7th level Dharma plane. Can't you be quieter? Yi Futian widened his eyes at Yusheng. I can't control it. Yusheng was somewhat innocent. Apart from enhancing the body and cultivating, what else can the demonic tripod do? Yi Futian asked. It's all demonic powers. Not suitable for you. Yusheng simpered at Yi Futian. You should use it to help you to cultivate, Yi Futian said. In these few days, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan had been spreading malicious remarks about him, but they were still considered to have had a low profile. However, on the opening day of the Dongqing College, the two forces would probably not keep to such a low profile anymore. They had made the event so grand. The marriage between Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengruo was also meant to give publicity to the event. Furthermore, in the tripod tower, Qin Li tolerated his anger as well. How could it be that the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan did not plan anything special? It was just that at the moment, nobody knew exactly what kind of surprise they had planned for the college. Chapter 262 Arrival. Chapter 262. Arrival. It was the last day of the year 1000-2 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. The end of yet another year. The last day of every year was quite extraordinary and meaningful to the Divine Prefecture of the East. To the people of the Divine Prefecture, it was a day of reunion. The year was almost over and the next one was about to come. On the last day of this year, Chaoga City was particularly lively. At the moment, all the top forces had gathered in Chaoga. Apart from that, countless people had also come from the central area of the Eastern Barren Territory, waiting to see the grand occasion on the next day. Many people would spend the year-end in Chaoga City. At night, the crescent moon hung high in the sky, embellished by many tiny stars. In the sky above Chaoga City, fireworks bloomed every now and then. The entire place looked very prosperous and spectacular. At the place where the cultivators from the Donghua clan were staying, there was a courtyard. At the moment, a lady was sitting there and playing her guqin. Under the night sky, she seemed extremely ethereal. Her elegant appearance and jasper-like purity made her look like a beauty who was not even from this world. She was Hua Qingqing, one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory, and the fairy in the minds of all the Donghua clan disciples. However, nobody in the Donghua clan dared to have any evil thoughts about her. A person would not think about disrespecting Hua Qingqing after merely seeing her face. Furthermore, everyone in the Donghua clan knew that only he was the Mr. Right for Hua Qingqing. Only he deserved a lady like Hua Qingqing. He was obviously the person who was honored by the leader of the Donghua clan as a genius that would only appear in the clan once every 100 years. He was also the future of the Donghua clan, one who could bring the Donghua clan to its peak. He was Lu Nantian, the most talented person in the Donghua clan. The phrase one of could be omitted. Even though Qian Shanmu was known as the best musician among the young generation, both his level and martial talents were weaker than Lu Nantian. Everyone in the Donghua clan knew clearly that Lu Nantian would be their next leader. It was even said that the current leader was already preparing to let him take over the Donghua clan, and might give the clan to him at any time. Moreover, Hua Qingqing, the most beloved daughter of the leader, was also betrothed to Lu Nantian. Previously, Gu Donghua went to the Qin dynasty and disabled the noble from the Donghua clan. After the news spread to the Donghua clan, a challenge was sent to the cottage. It was said that Lu Nantian wanted to send the letter himself. He had already not battled for many years. To date, he had not lost any fight. In the upcoming battle, his opponent would be the third disciples of the cottage. To the people of the Donghua clan, it would be the last challenge Lu Nantian would have before becoming the leader. He would shock the world with his name by stepping on Gu Donglu, and then slowly take over the Donghua clan. At the moment, Lu Nantian stood quietly beside Hua Qingqing and looked at her in silence. He enjoyed looking at her and listening to her music. She was so pure and innocent, just like a clear stream in the muddy world, never contaminated. As long as a person lived in the world, he would face constant conflicts and struggles. Even in the Donghua clan, people had mutual suspicion and deception. Only she had always been beautiful and innocent. Whenever Lu Nantian saw her, he would feel a rare sense of peace in his heart. He really liked her without any desire. He felt good just by seeing her. The melodious music slowly came to a stop. Hua Qingqing had beautifully tender hands and slender fingers. She put down her hands and then raised her head slightly with a clear look in her eyes. Staring at the figure standing before her, she said softly, "Tomorrow will be the day of the battle. Are you confident?" Smiling, Lu Nantian shook his head. "If you change my opponent to a person from another force, I will naturally be confident. However, my opponent is Gu Donglu, the third disciple of the cottage. Who dares to say that he would definitely win against Gu Donglu?" Lu Nantian smiled and said in a calm tone. There were not many people in the Eastern Barren territory whom he would respect and view as worthy opponents. The first disciple and the third disciple of the cottage were, of course, such people. In addition, the cottage was indeed an honorable force as well. "Be careful then," Hua Qingqing said softly, and she was similarly very calm. It was as if the battle which had attracted much attention was not very important to them, or at least they were not bothered by it that much. "Okay." Lu Nantian smiled. Then he raised his head and gazed at the many stars in the sky. The countless stars in the sky were just like the cultivators in the world. However, there were only a few which could remain as the brightest ones. Most people, albeit talented, were only like a meteor. They would flash across the sky and then disappear, only being able to release a short-lived radiance. The cottage disciples were gathered together at the moment, enjoying the annual banquet. Futian said, "Fifth brother, your cooking skills are amazing. It's all through practice." Although Luofan was praised, he did not seem to be proud at all. "I really envy you. You can become so skilled in cooking by practice." Futian smiled gently. "The second sister is not here and nobody will protect you. Be careful of what you say." Luofan glanced at Futian and warned, "Does this guy still think that he is on the mountain and protected by the sister? It's not like we're not going back." Hearing Luofan's threat, Futian smiled and looked at him. Immediately, Luofan's face darkened and he widened his eyes fiercely at Futian. If Futian really was to complain about him after going back, he would have a hard time in the future. Sigh. As a senior, I was actually bullied by the little brother. It feels really weird without the second sister and Sister Xinger this year, Shuiyi said softly. As he spoke, he even glanced at Gu Donglu. "Just eat. There are still things to do tomorrow," Gu Donglu said emotionlessly. "Third brother, how confident are you about the fight with Lu Nantian tomorrow?" Luo Fan asked curiously. Nobody knew exactly what the third brother was thinking. I don't know, Gu Donglu replied. Lu Nantian became famous before he did, and had many glorious victories. Subsequently, he seldom battled at all, and nobody knew how strong he was now. However, nobody dared to doubt his power either. Even the cottage would not look down on a person like Lu Nantian. Is Lu Nantian very strong? Yi Futian asked. Even a person as strong as the third brother was actually not confident about defeating Lu Nantian. He is the most talented person in the Donghua clan. Clearly, he is not ordinary, Gu Donglu said. Yi Futian nodded lightly. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were both the very top forces in the Eastern Barren territory. Since Lu Nantian could be honored as the most talented person in the Donghua clan, he was undoubtedly very strong. Nevertheless, Yi Futian obviously hoped that the third brother would win. The fight was very important to both the Donghua clan and the college. After you all finish eating, get an early rest. Gu Donglu stood up and left. Everyone stared at the back of the leaving Gu Donglu. Luo Fan then said softly, "It seems like there will really be a tough fight tomorrow. Have a good sleep today and be energized for tomorrow." Shuiyi muttered. "I wonder where the master is now," Yi Shaoshi mumbled. "He is certainly trying to deceive a child somewhere," Luo Fan whispered. Then, he secretly peeked in the direction where the third brother left. "If the third brother hears that, you will be in serious trouble," Yi Shaoshi said, smiling. Yi Futian looked at the other few in doubt. Seeing his puzzled look, Luo Fan patted on his shoulder and said sincerely, "Little brother, you need to remember that as a cottage disciple, the most important thing is to respect the master, just like me." After speaking, he stood up and left. Yi Futian was somewhat stunned. "Do not say anything bad about the master in front of the third brother," Yi Shaoshi reminded Yi Futian. Then he left as well. Yi Futian blinked his eyes and understood everything instantly. However, he was also not very bothered by the words. There were not many disciples in the world who were as respectful towards their master as him, so he did not need to worry about this kind of problem at all. This was clear by looking at his father-in-law, who had always been very proud of him. The few brothers went to their individual rooms and Yusheng also went back to cultivate. Yi Futian went to the roof alone and lied down, staring at the crescent moon and countless stars in the sky. Under the moonlight, a charming, elf-like figure seemed to appear faintly before him. It had yet been another year. Since that particular year, he had spent every year-end with Jeyu. This year, however, Jeyu was not beside him and he really missed her. She actually dares to stay in the Moon Clan and did not come and see me. Next time I see her, I must teach her a good lesson to raise my position. This is ridiculous. As Yi Futian was thinking, the image of his father also came to his mind. I wonder where that old bastard is hiding right now. And mother, aunt and Yi Qin. I wonder how they are doing now. Where exactly did the godfather bring them to? Where is the godfather himself? Thinking about this, Yi Futian closed his eyes and actually fell asleep without knowing it. He just slept on the roof of the building. In his dream, he seemed to have returned to the year when he was 15, when he just got to know Jeyu and they fell in love. In his dream, he also saw a picture in his memory. On Mount Tianyao, the snow ape shattered the sky with the 9 heavenly attacks and died bravely. He saw those divine generals and the all-powerful princess Donghuang. In his dream, he seemed to have another dream, in which he saw an extremely burly and majestic figure, who looked like a real emperor of the world. However, his face was somewhat blurred and could not be seen clearly. When the sky finally turned slightly bright and the year 10003 of the divine prefecture calendar had arrived, Yi Futian opened his eyes. Bathed in the cool wind, his look was clear and focused. Another year was gone. Time really flies. Chaoga City started to turn lively. Just as the sky turned bright, countless people started to head for the Dongqing College. Today was destined to be a day which would be recorded in history. Qian Shamu and Qin Mengrua were going to be married, and the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan would ally through this. The Dongqing College would officially open, and Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu were going to have a battle. Any one of these things was already sufficient to attract the attention of everyone in the world. Chapter 263 Martial Arts Platform. Chapter 263 martial arts platform. The marriage between Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua was scheduled to take place at the Dongqing College. On the first day of the new year, countless cultivators in Chaoga City headed towards the same place at the same time, forming an endless stream of people which filled the entire sky and all the streets. The people from various top forces had been staying near the Dongqing College. When they left their places, the whole region was already filled with people who were all going to the college. Outside the Dongqing College, there was already a sea of people at the moment. However, there was a path at the center of the crowd. Only members of the top-tier forces of the Eastern Barren Territory were allowed to enter. Yi Futian arrived at the place with the others from the cottage and the people from the college. However, the third brother Gu Donglu and the two mountain elders from the college were nowhere to be seen. Due to their status, there was no need for them to observe the marriage between the two juniors. Similarly, they did not need to give the opposite party any face. It was not just the college. The leaders of all the top forces did not come personally. Instead, they had only sent someone to represent their force. When Yi Futian and his team arrived, many other cultivators had similarly just reached the place. He saw the members of the Moon Clan who were led by a few seniors. Chu Yaoyao was also among the crowd. The group of charming beauties attracted much attention. "Fairy sister, hello," Yi Futian shouted at one of the ladies in the crowd. She was the lady whom he met when he went to find Jieyu. The lady smiled at him, and many disciples of the Moon Clan stared curiously at Yi Futian one after another. Is this Yi Futian the man whom Hua Jieyu loves? Recently, there have been malicious rumors about him in Chaoga City. From the look of it, his behavior does seem to be somewhat frivolous. Many people glanced at Chu Yaoyao. Lately, she had been very close to Qin Li. On the previous day, which was the last day of the previous year, they had even gone out on a date. It was still unclear whether they would be together in the future. On the other hand, the relationship between Qin Li and Yi Futian was somewhat subtle. Together with the conflict between Hua Jieyu and Chu Yaoyao in the Moon Clan, many disciples of the Moon Clan developed an intriguing thought. Entering the Dongqing College, they were guided along the way, which eventually led them to a ceremony platform. Whenever the members of various top forces arrived, they would occupy the positions around the ceremony platform and start to look at the platform before them. Qin Li, the grandson of the king of Qin, was there commanding the various matters. Noticing the arrival of the Moon Clan disciples, Qin Li stopped what he was doing and walked towards Chu Yaoyao. This scene caused a strange expression to appear on the faces of many. Below the ceremony platform, many major forces from the Eastern Barren Territory and Chaoga City arrived. They looked at the many figures around the platform and were somewhat fascinated. Today, every single top force in the Eastern Barren Territory was here. Such a grand event was indeed extremely rare. Gu Donglu is not here. Someone noticed the arrival of the college, and Gu Donglu was not among the group. Of course, Lu Nantian did not show up so quickly either. The Arhat and the Warlock are both here. Someone looked in the direction where the people from the Qianqiu Temple and the Witch Clan were at. Fewer people had come from these two forces as compared to the others because there were fewer disciples in the Qianqiu Temple and the Witch Clan in the first place. However, precisely because of this, everyone else did not dare to look down on the disciples of these two forces. It was just like the cottage. It only had 8 disciples but was still famous in the whole world. The Arhat and the Warlock were 2 legendary geniuses. They naturally attracted the attention of many. It was said that the Arhat lifted the demonic tripod 4 feet high before Yushang's attempt, surpassing many. When Yushang was lifting the tripod, he claimed that Yushang would become a person that would bring ill fortune. On the other hand, the Warlock Gu Zhiqiu spoke out for the Witch Gu Biyue and warned Yi Futian. Apart from them, Zhisong and Qi Ao from the Futian Sword Clan, Ji Kong from the Ji family and a few people from the Royal Xian Temple and the Sword Saint Mountain had also attracted much attention. Today, there were too many outstanding cultivators here, whom one would hardly see on an ordinary occasion. Just looking at the college, there were people like the leader Bai Lishu and the junior Xiao Wuji who were very famous, not to mention the cottage. At the sides of the ceremony platform, people from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan appeared one after another. Seeing the emergence of the people from these two forces, everyone knew clearly what was going on. The marriage between Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua actually carried a special meaning. It was not held at the Qin dynasty or the Donghua clan, but rather at the Dongqing College. The marriage would signify that the two top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory were allied officially. Together, they established the Dongqing College. Time passed by slowly. As people arrived gradually, ceremonial music and the roars of various demons started to spread in the Dongqing College. In the sky above the college, phoenixes appeared and danced in the air. Many beams of light sprinkled down, forming an auspicious scene. Just at this moment, two figures descended from the sky. They held the hand of the other and then landed on the divine birds, moving down slowly. The two were elegant in their formal attire and looked stunningly bright. They were obviously Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengruo. So beautiful. Countless people stared at Qin Mengruo, who was in the sky. Wearing a red ceremonial robe, she looked extremely charming, as if she was a goddess. Many people looked at Qian Shanmu in envy. Even if he was a top genius in the Donghua clan, he would surely be satisfied with such a wife. The two descended from the sky and landed at the center of the ceremonial platform. They had been holding the hand of the other all the time and faced the crowd. The king of Qin was not here, and the leader of the Donghua clan also did not come. There seemed to be something missing in the wedding ceremony. However, everyone knew that this wedding held at the Dongqing College was merely symbolic. The cultivators from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan walked behind the two one after another, their faces filled with smiles. Qin Yu took a step forward and stood beside Qian Shanmu. Looking at the people before him, he said, "Today is a grand event between the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan. The best forces of the Eastern Barren Territory have all sent someone here as a representative, and we are indeed very honored. The new couple shall use this opportunity to announce the opening of the Dongqing College." After speaking, he backed away. A mighty aura was emitted from Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengru. Immediately, their clothes started to dance in the air, and a violent aura surrounded the ceremonial platform. Even the ceremonial platform was vibrating. The eyes of all the people around the ceremonial platform sparkled as they looked at the two, puzzled. Then, a terrifying storm slowly tore the ceremonial platform apart. Following a loud bang, the ceremonial platform collapsed. Red light filled the entire place. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengruo started to descend. It was not just them. Behind them, the people from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan also started to descend. Everyone's eyes sparkled and they looked behind those people. There, a huge stone monument appeared. A few large characters were engraved on the stone monument. Dongqing College. Seeing the people from the two forces standing together before the stone monument, everyone knew clearly what this meant. The disciples of the college stared at the stone monument and their eyes were glittering with sharpness. The establishment of the Dongqing College was obviously against the Eastern Barren College. From this moment on, whenever the word college was mentioned in the Eastern Barren Territory, people would no longer just think of the Eastern Barren College. Today the Dongqing College opens officially. We invite all the nobles of the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory to come here and teach. The people from various forces can also come here and cultivate. Apart from that, we already have almost 1,000 disciples in the Dongqing College. Furthermore, in the next 3 months, the college will be selecting outstanding cultivators to come here and cultivate. Qin Yu looked at the massive crowd in front of him and said, "Next, I will bring all of you to visit a place." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the Dongqing College. The people from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan beside him followed him one after another. The people from the various forces also stepped forward and followed him. Where was Qin Yu bringing them? After a while, the crowd came to an open space. Before them, there was a huge battle platform. Many enormous stone pillars stood at various places around the battle platform, while the ground was carved with symbols which connected the stone pillars. Suddenly, an endless amount of spiritual chi sparkled and converged into a frightening light curtain, enveloping the entire battle platform. This was a huge battle platform covered by a matrix. This is the martial arts platform of the Dongqing College. From today on, every battle that happens on the martial arts platform will be recorded into the history of the Dongqing College. Qin Yu pointed in front and said, "The wedding between Qian Shanmu and Mengruo has unveiled the opening of the Dongqing College. And now, the first battle on the martial arts platform will be unveiled by the two of them." Just as he finished speaking, Everyone could feel their hearts tremble. They clearly knew whom Qin Yu was referring to. Building such a special martial arts platform could indeed encourage the disciples of the Dongqing College to cultivate harder. Furthermore, the battle that was about to happen would make the martial arts platform even more sacred. At the moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. He seemed to have appeared out of thin air in the sky above the martial arts platform and landed on a towering stone pillar. There was no aura released from the figure at all. He just stood there quietly. The wind blew on his robe and his black long hair was similarly blown up, revealing a delicate and handsome face. He gave everyone a feeling that he was very calm and cool-headed. No arrogance could be felt from him, and there were not even many emotions on his calm face. However, when he stood there, he gave everyone a feeling that he was superior. Lu Nantian, who was honored as the most talented genius in the Donghua clan in hundreds of years, had arrived. He appeared on the martial arts platform silently. He did not say anything and only stood there quietly waiting. Everyone knew that since he had reached, his opponent would be here very quickly as well. Indeed, before long, a path was split among the crowd. Countless people looked in that direction. There, a figure in white clothing was walking over slowly, and he was similarly very calm as if he was a simple scholar. He walked towards the martial arts platform step by step. Although he looked like a scholar, unlike Lu Nantian, there was a sense of determination from the scholar. It was the determination of a student. Gudong Lu is here. Looking at the figure who was walking towards the martial arts platform, everyone actually could not help holding their breaths. On the stone pillar of the martial arts platform, Lu Nantian looked below him. Gudong Lu raised his head, and their looks collided with each other. In this instant, an invisible intent of battle filled the entire sky. Chapter 264. River Sunset. Chapter 264. River Sunset. He is finally here. Among the three major events in Chaoga City, this battle was the most anticipated one, because nobody could predict the outcome. These two people would represent the Donghua clan and the college in this top-level battle. It had an extraordinary meaning. At this moment, many people appeared among the crowd one after another. The leaders of various forces had also arrived quietly to watch the battle. Gudong Lu walked onto the martial arts platform. Around the enormous battle platform, the light curtain started to flow and the matrix was activated, covering the platform. Clearly, it was to prevent the two from injuring the spectators should the battle become too violent. Lu Nantian was still standing on the stone pillar. The two stood at different heights and stared at each other as if their opponent was the only thing left in their eyes. Everything outside had nothing to do with them at all. Everyone held their breaths and gazed at the martial arts platform. There was no sound at all, and the whole place was extremely quiet. The disciples of the Donghua clan clenched their fists tightly as they stared at the legendary figure of the Donghua clan. He will certainly win this fight, even if his opponent is Gudong Lu. Even the cottage disciples did not seem to be relaxed. On the previous day, the third brother had already said that he was not certain if he would win. Apart from the top forces, the people from the other major forces were also very nervous as they gazed at the two figures on the martial arts platform. The battle between the two would really be a top-level duel in their generation. Suddenly, on the martial arts platform, Lu Nantian stepped forward from the stone pillar and stood in the air. A trace of flame current spread from his body. In an instant, the flame burnt the sky and his surrounding became completely red, as if it had turned into a world of flames. In the flame-filled sky, an enormous bird appeared. It was a divine bird, the three-legged golden raven. This was Lu Nantian's life spirit. With his life spirit as the center, an endless stream of scorching flames converged wildly behind him, forming many suns which hung in the sky. Gradually, a total of 9 suns were formed. In every sun there was an illusory golden raven. The 9 scorching suns hung high in the sky. This was Lu Nantian's dharma. 9 suns in the sky. As a top-tier noble, both his life spirit and dharma had already evolved to a shocking degree. The sky above the martial arts platform was filled with flowing flame currents. Even the light curtain surrounding the martial arts platform turned red. Lu Nantian was a grade 1 noble. The noble plane was divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the highest. He was literally a top-level noble. His entire body was filled with noble will. An extremely dazzling stream of flame charged towards Gudonglu. On its way, it condensed and turned into a three-legged golden raven which crashed down towards him directly. There was no elemental spiritual qi flowing around Gudonglu. However, there seemed to be an invisible aura around him. When he stood there, he looked like an invincible king. Noticing the incoming divine bird, Gudonglu glanced at it with a very sharp look. From his pupils, an extremely frightening eye sorcery seemed to be cast and penetrated through the illusory three-legged golden raven directly. In the next instant, the illusory divine bird was crushed and turned into spiritual qi which soon dissipated. Everyone watched attentively. Any random attack from Lu Nantian was already very powerful, but his opponent was Gudonglu. It was obviously not possible for him to defeat Gudonglu so easily. The battle had just begun. The sky above the martial arts platform had turned into a flaming world completely. Flames blotted out the sky and the entire place was carved with the imprint of fire. In the 9 suns, many solar divine birds appeared and hovered at various spots. Then, they started to engulf the fire elemental spiritual qi in the world wildly. Their bodies became increasingly real and large, and they soon enveloped the battle platform. Is Lu Nantian purely a fire elemental sorcerer? Futian asked softly. He had the sun spirit and the sun dharma himself. However, Lu Nantian's life spirit was the divine bird, while his dharma was the 9 suns. Clearly, his dharma had evolved. Of course not, Luofan said. Having the divine bird, the three-legged golden raven, as his life spirit, Lu Nantian would certainly not become a pure fire elemental sorcerer. Apart from the element of fire, the three-legged golden raven life spirit had also given Lu Nantian the elements of metal and wind. At the same time, it had given him a strong martial arts talent. After all, it was an extremely violent divine bird. Of course, apart from those abilities, Lu Nantian was still very powerful just with his flame spells. For example, at the moment the martial arts platform was already totally controlled by his flame. Where's the brother? Futian asked, looking at the martial arts platform. Previously, Gudonglu had only displayed a small fraction of his abilities outside the Qin Imperial Palace. Futian could only tell that Gudonglu was a very strong spirit elemental mandate sorcerer. He did not even really use all his powers during that battle. Just watch. Lu Nantian is a grade 1 noble, and is also very famous. He should be able to force the brother to use all his powers. Luofan's eyes sparkled as he stared at the martial arts platform. This battle was worth watching and learning from even for nobles. Futian nodded gently. On the martial arts platform, many illusory golden ravens were born from the flaming world, and they all charged towards Gudonglu. At this instant, it seemed as if the battle was in Lu Nantian's total control. He wanted to burn Gudonglu to death. Gudonglu's hands formed a seal. Immediately, a terrifying might erupted from his body. Even the space around him seemed to resonate with his body. His pupils looked extremely frightening and vaguely. The outline of a monstrous figure appeared in his eyes. The outlined figure actually started to condense wildly from spiritual qi in front of him. Soon a blurry figure slowly turned real. That was a war god-like figure. He stood in front of Gudonglu with the shocking elan of a soldier. When the huge golden raven arrived, the war godlike figure punched out directly and crushed the golden raven. Conjurer. Futian's eyes sparkled. The third brother was actually a powerful conjurer, and summoned an illusory war god to fight for him. Furthermore, his conjuring ability was far superior to Zhou Mu, the disciple of the art saint. He completed the conjuring with eye sorcery, and used his imagination to form the war god. Then, he finished summoning the war god which started to protect him. He did not need to draw anything. The conjured war god stood in front of Gudonglu. Many faint characters and ancient seals appeared on his body. As they erupted, the aura around him became extremely appalling. He slapped out with his palms and the illusory divine birds were eliminated directly. However, in the sky, countless divine birds charged towards Gudonglu from different directions. Gudonglu was not bothered by the attack at all. He looked at another direction, and one more illusory war god formed and started to battle directly. Then, under the astonished stare of everyone, Gudonglu summoned 9 different war gods. They guarded around him and no attacks could even go near him. The ancient characters and seals that appeared on the 9 terrifying war gods were all different, and their attacks were different as well. However, all of them were extremely powerful. Countless divine birds charged towards Gudonglu like moths flying into fire. They were killed quickly by the war gods. Lu Nantian watched the scene calmly. Although they had not talked at all, he would be very disappointed if Gudonglu was too weak. The 9 suns hung high in the sky and their radiance shot towards Gudonglu. Then, a river of fire appeared in the sky, connecting the space between Lu Nantian and Gudonglu. River sunset. The eyes of the people from the Donghua clan sparkled. They felt lucky that they could see Lu Nantian cast the river sunset themselves. One of the suns fell and descended along the long river, charging towards Gudonglu. At the same time, countless golden ravens flew out from it. Apart from containing a terrifying flame breath, they also had an extremely sharp metallic aura that would tear everything apart. Gudonglu raised his head and saw the river sunset pressing towards him. A sun was hanging above him. Standing there, he felt that even his body was going to burn into nothingness. Gudonglio's hands continued to form seals, and many handprints flew into the 9 war gods. Then the 9 war gods resonated and roared simultaneously. The sound tore the sky apart, and the incoming golden ravens were actually crushed in the horrifying vocal storm. However, the sun continued to fall and its power became stronger and stronger. A war god dashed out and stepped into the river of fire directly. He raised his palms into the sky and held the falling sun with his hands directly, covering the entire sky. The terrifying light from the sun and the illusory golden ravens collided onto him, but he did not move at all. A very bright radiance erupted from his body, and it was as if he would never be defeated. Another sun fell down and charged towards Gudonglu along the river. During the river sunset, the 9 suns would descend continuously and their powers would keep increasing. When the 9 suns fell together, they would be powerful enough to burn everything in the world. In the past, Lu Nantian had used this spell to defeat a very strong noble who was 2 grades above him. Now, he was already a grade 1 noble and cast the river sunset. Its frightening powers could thus be well imagined. There were probably not many people in the Eastern Barren territory who could block this spell. Even among all the top forces, there were also only a few people who could deal with the spell. Could Gudonglu take the spell? The disciples of the Donghua clan held their breaths and gazed at the battlefield. Their eyes were glittering with fanaticism. This was the most talented person of the Donghua clan, Lu Nantian. Everyone from the college stared at the martial arts platform as well. Many disciples were even worried about Gudonglu, as Lu Nantian seemed way too overpowering. Although the martial arts platform was sealed and they could not feel how strong the attack was exactly, they could already feel how violent it was just by looking at the scene. Gudonglu is a grade 2 noble. His level is slightly lower, Zhu Qing said. But his combat ability is definitely among the top. The river sunset is very famous, but if Gudonglu cannot even take this spell, then he would not be Gudonglu anymore, the other mountain elder Zhongsu said. Although the college had opinions towards the cottage, they still recognized how strong the cottage disciples were. Bai Lishu, if you are in the battlefield instead, can you take the spell? Zhu Qing looked at and asked Bai Lishu, the first disciple of the college chief. I did not feel its true power, so I can't say for sure, Bai Lishu replied. Zhu Qing nodded. She was even thinking that if she was the one fighting, what the outcome would be. Chapter 265 My Turn. Chapter 265. My Turn. Yi Futian stared at the two battling. The river sunset was a long river of fire that connected the sky with the ground. The sun fell down and golden ravens continuously poured out. The entire martial arts podium turned into a world of flames. This was the ability of a top noble. If it wasn't for the matrix that sealed the martial arts podium, a noble that wanted to kill could destroy everything. He couldn't be defeated by number. Yi Futian vaguely remembered the worries that Emperor Yi and Emperor Luo had. They were afraid of truly going to war. This spell matches the abilities of Lu Nantian. He probably didn't get it merely from cultivation, Yi Futian murmured. Of course, Luofan said, nodding. It's clear this is a modified spell. It matches Lu Nantian's talent, which is why he can release such mighty power. He created it. There are thousands upon thousands of spells in the world. However, they were all created by our predecessors. They can be used directly for cultivation, but they might not suit everyone. A genius can create their own spells and martial arts methods that suit themselves. Futian nodded. His senior brother was teaching him without meaning to. On the martial arts podium, a second sun fell. It was even more powerful. Gu Donglu still stood calmly. Before him, 9 summoned war gods stood before him in a formation. After that, Gu Donglu created a mudra. 9 large ancient words burst from his hands and fell upon the 9 war gods. Horrible power came from them. These 9 words were the Kujian, the 9 seals of spiritual power. Together they meant, "May the presiders over warriors be my vanguard." Horrible power swept through. The Kujian continuously appeared within the 9 war gods. They created the mudras together and resonated with the sky and earth. Spiritual chi went wild. Every mudra was different. Various suns pressed down. The pressure kept building but couldn't break through the defense of the 9 war gods. Third senior brother must have cultivated many martial arts mudras, Futian murmured. The 9 war gods formed different mudras and were clearly controlled by Gu Donglu. He was using his cultivation through the war gods to fight against the Sunset River. It's still early. I don't even know how many abilities he has, Luofan said, chuckling. Who in the cottage could rival the third senior brother? The ones who had tried before had all been beaten up and became obedient. As for his abilities, probably only first senior brother knew. Apparently, Gu Donglu had gone to the Sword Saint Mountain many times for friendly challenges with first senior brother, and to practice martial arts. This was probably what the experts are lonely meant. He rarely had any competitors. Now Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan was one. Of course, the one who could restrict Gu Donglu was also in the cottage. It was second senior sister. 9 suns descended along the flaming river. At this moment, the 9 suns of the Sunset River were about to burn the heavens. They wrapped the entire sky in the flames. Gu Donglu and the 9 war gods were at the heart of the storm. 9 golden ravens flew out. The deep and dark red was shocking. At almost the same time, the 9 words on the 9 war gods burst violently. The mudra shot forward. The 9 war gods each pounced towards a sun. Simultaneously, they seemed to transform into one body. The sky and earth resonated and a burst of invisible power shattered everything. Everyone saw that area go wild. It was like a lawless battle. The 9 war gods walked towards the sun, tearing apart the golden ravens and charging at the sun. The 9 suns and war gods shone with horrible light at the same time and shot out in all directions. The horribly powerful light shot into the light screen above the martial arts platform. It shook and the entire platform shook. The matrix was very unstable and was about to collapse. The matrix had been created by the top talents of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. It was practically unmovable. However, the battle between these two could shake even the matrix. One could imagine how mighty the fighting was. Next, everyone's hearts shook as they focused on the platform. The Sunset River had disappeared, the sun extinguishing. The war gods summoned by Gu Donglu had disappeared too. In the fiery world, Gu Donglu stood steadfast as if nothing could move him. Even Lu Nantian's world-breaking Sunset River couldn't humiliate him at all. Lu Nantian rose in the air arrogantly. He was like a sun god. His Sunset River had been blocked, but he didn't look taken aback. The third disciple of the cottage lived up to his reputation. Behind him, blades made of golden fire shot out from the sun dharma. They transformed into sun rain that poured down to Gu Donglu. It was so fast it looked like a rain of sun swords. If it was a group of nobles facing him instead of Gu Donglu, Lu Nantian could probably kill them all. Gu Donglu stood calmly. A frightening aura burst from his body and ancient words glowed faintly on him. Shocking spiritual energy wrapped around him. When the sun swords rained down, they stopped abruptly before him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With extremely piercing sounds, the sun swords rained down, shaking with invisible power. Gu Donglu stepped forward. His white clothing flapped in the wind and his sharp eyes stared at the endless rain of swords. With a cold voice he uttered, "Break." His voice was like an avenue. As soon as he spoke, the endless rain crumbled. A path opened up wherever his voice passed. When the sword rain was destroyed, a true golden raven descended suddenly. It was so fast that it broke through the Gudonglio's formless spiritual energy shield. This terrifying raven gripped the sun god in its claws and shot towards Gudonglu. The sword was so powerful it could kill anyone before it. A white shadow flashed by. The extremely fast golden raven whistled past, but the sword was met with air. Gudonglu appeared elsewhere, still standing on the martial arts platform. So fast. Everyone trembled inwardly. The three-legged golden raven's speed was at the extreme. But just as it arrived, Gudonglu seemed to have teleported. It was hard to see with one's naked eye. Lu Nanian still stood there. The golden raven was his dharma. It had now evolved to the level of a top demon king. Where's Gudonglio's dharma? The people finally realized that Gudonglu still hadn't released his life spirit or dharma. This confused many people. Was the man still hiding his abilities now? Others might overlook this, but Lu Nantian obviously wouldn't. He'd noticed earlier that Gudonglu still hadn't released his life spirit or dharma. However, he was still calm. The sun swords rained down towards Gudonglu. At the same time, the golden raven with the holy sword continued towards him. Lu Nantian wanted to see how far Gudonglu could go without using his dharma. Gudonglu disappeared again and moved as fast as lightning. Shocking sharpness emanated from him. He seemed to turn into the most terrible ritual implement or soldier in the world. He grasped the law in his hands. Frightening sword intent whistled through the air as Gudonglu pointed forward. He pointed at the ground and a sword matrix appeared. It seemed to be formed by ancient words. The matrix spun wildly and ancient words flashed. When the golden raven and sun swords arrived, he pressed that finger down. Everything was in turmoil suddenly. The sun god sword collided with the sword matrix and then returned to Lu Nanshan's side. As for the sun sword rain, it couldn't get close to Gudonglu at all. Third senior brother has too many tricks. Futian was shaken. There were many mandate sorcerers in the world who practiced both martial arts and sorcery. They were skilled in every element. However, geniuses like Gudonglu were different. He could summon war gods for battles, and he could use the Kujian words to release his mightiness. He was skilled in all types of laws and his spiritual attacks were of the same level. Now he could also use sword matrices. They were vastly different skills, but he was amazing at all of them. Read more. Shui glanced at Futian and chuckled. Do you want to transcribe books with me? You can do it alone. Futian shuddered. He wouldn't do that even if his life depended on it. Hey, I'll suggest it to second senior sister and third senior brother, Shui said. Third senior brother said that people with many talents should read more. For a genius like you, transcribing books is the best method of cultivation. Fourth senior brother, I'll definitely suggest to second senior sister to let you down the mountain more in the future, Futian said. Shui's eyes brightened and he quickly smiled. In that case, the best way of cultivation for you is to do whatever you wish. Can't you two be more serious? Luofan gave them a look. No matter how we act, third senior brother is going to win, Shui said nonchalantly. He had absolute confidence in Gudonglu. Countless people in the space around the martial arts platform stared at the battlefield. They were shaken by the two's power. Gudonglu had been reputable before, but very few witnessed his skills with their own eyes. They knew he was powerful but didn't know exactly how powerful. Now, they finally had the chance to see the third disciple of the cottage battle. The two figures on the martial arts platform stood separately in the air and on the ground. They stared at each other and stopped attacking. Gudonglu looked up at Lu Nantian. Sharpness exuded from his scholarly aura. Then, he uttered his first sentence to Lu Nantian. My turn. With that, he picked up his feet and walked forward. The next moment he disappeared. He reappeared before Lu Nantian. A horrible and invisible spiritual storm invaded instantly. Lu Nantian seemed to drown in a pair of frightening eyes. Then Gudonglu pointed forward, releasing his sword. His action was like lightning. Chapter 266 Top Match. Chapter 266. Top Match. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan saw this and understood that Gudonglu hadn't gone all out when he went to the Qin palace last time. No wonder a mere step from him would scare the Donghua clan into submission. Now Gudonglu finally showed his abilities. The frightening spiritual attack and swords arrived at once. about to overwhelm Lu Nantian. However, Lu Nantian was equal to Gu Donglu. He wouldn't be defeated so easily. The 9 suns filled the sky and the 3-footed golden raven entered the Dharma. After that, his body also gradually entered the Dharma, becoming one. The 9 suns became one. The golden raven shone dazzlingly inside the sun. Lu Nantian fused with the sun god's image. The golden raven transformed into illusory light that shone over his body. The sun's fire surged into him. Right now, Lu Nantian was like the sun god. The next moment, Lu Nantian raised his hand. A humongous golden raven's apparition appeared. The sun's flames melded into its body. It opened its mouth and spat out endless sun swords. It collided with the incoming sword technique. At that moment, sword aura streaked across the martial arts platform. The matrix shook. The unbelievable mightiness was like a battle between gods rather than nobles. The sword technique collapsed with the golden raven. Gu Donglu disappeared again. He teleported and then everyone saw various afterimages of him. With Lu Nantian as the center, the sword technique exploded and a handprint covered the sky. Boundless power tried to kill him. Lu Nantian was as brilliant as a god, but he couldn't bear the spiritual attack. He seemed to fall into Gu Donglio's world of eye sorcery. He looked like a god to the outsiders, but only he knew what kind of state he was in. Spells and martial arts techniques flew forward with the ancient words. He used all his power to fight back, but Gu Donglio's attack still hit the sun. The sun shook violently and was about to collapse. Boom! A violent flame burned the sky and earth. Lu Nantian finally moved. He seemed to transform into the sacred bird, and actually changed his position while dodging the attack. He appeared right before Gu Donglio's afterimage. A horrible attack formed in his hand and turned into a golden raven that could rip everything apart. Gu Donglu didn't fear this at all. The two actually started fighting move for move. Under everyone's shocked eyes, the two fought in close distance. The martial arts were unsettling and the entire platform shook. The matrix was unsteady. They have no weaknesses. Everyone who witnessed this was shaken inside. Both martial arts and sorcery were the best of the best. They even combined the two well and both attack and defense were perfect. It would be difficult to top this match in the future. Gu Donglu has the upper hand. The nobles had keen eyes and could see the situation clearly. Gu Donglu had a lower plane, but he was skilled in spiritual sorcery. During the battle, Lu Nantian had to withstand attacks to his mind and was at a disadvantage. His rhythm wasn't as smooth as Gu Donglio's. He had to defend while attacking. Gu Donglu only had to attack. Boom! Just then there was a huge sound. The martial arts platform shook and everyone's eyes were glued there. Lu Nantian had been hit. A moment ago, Gu Donglu had broken through the defense and his attack rushed into the sunlight. He hit Lu Nantian, forcing him back. The Donghua clan's eyes were frozen. Some couldn't believe that the man they believed in, the once-in-a-century talent, would lose. The Qin dynasty also frowned. The Donghua clan had told the king of Qin that they would definitely win. But now Lu Nantian had no advantage at all. Lu Nantian looked at his chest. Blood seeped from it. Countless eyes stared at that point. The blood seemed to be boiling in the fire, dissipating like smoke. At that time, a figure appeared quietly in the crowd. She was so beautiful and flawless that she didn't seem to be from this world. But despite her beauty, no one noticed her now. Everyone was staring at the battleground. However, Lu Nantian looked over. Seeing the flawless and calm features, he became calm. As if noticing his eyes, many people followed his gaze and saw that quiet yet purely beautiful figure. They guessed her identity. She was Hua Qingqing, the daughter of the leader of the Donghua clan. She was also Lu Nantian's fiancée. She was a different type of beauty than Qin Mengrua and Chu Yao. She was pure and clean. She wasn't as elegant as Qin Mengrua or as moving as Chu Yao. She was just pure beauty, as if untainted by the world. Looking at someone like her was easy on the eyes. Was she here to support Lu Nantian? Lu Nantian's gaze returned to Gu Donglu. He didn't attack again after forcing Lu Nantian back. They were both clear that if Lu Nantian was only at this level, the winner would be obvious already. There would be no need to fight anymore. Of course, Gu Donglu wouldn't underestimate his opponent, especially someone known to be a once-in-a-century talent of the Donghua clan. Lu Nantian's eyes were extremely calm. Then sunlight shone from his body. The halo kept expanding and a world-burning fire arrived. With Lu Nantian as the heart, this world was about to turn into a world of sunlight and burn up. Firelight arrived at the vast battleground on martial arts platform. The battleground was lit as flames grew. Finally, the entire ground started burning. Whistles came from the world of fire. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. What had happened? A dazzling sunlight halo appeared around Lu Nantian. He'd become the physical incarnate of the sun. A true god. Every shred of light and will on him could turn into a fire that burned the world. The flames burned the matrix too. Then fire reached out from the light shield on the platform. The vast matrix was ignited. It was impressive. Everyone's hearts were shaking crazily. The matrix had been burned. Lu Nantian's fire was so powerful that it surpassed the matrix. It had been created in a joint effort by nobles of two top forces. What did it mean for it to be destroyed now? The fire broke free from the matrix's restraint. Endless flame spiritual qi went towards Lu Nantian. Gu Donglu looked so lonely in this world of fire. The flames finally stopped spreading, but the matrix was already broken. The spectators could feel the heat. The flames danced wildly, and right now Lu Nantian was God. The hearts of the top nobles shook as they felt the spreading heat. The power gave them heart palpitations. Was this the legendary intent power? Crown Prince Qin Yu's eyes were extremely sharp as he looked to the battleground. Was this why the Donghua clan leader was so confident? No wonder he thought Lu Nantian would definitely win. Lu Nantian is known as a once-in-a-century talent of the Donghua clan. Now it seems that it's not just the Donghua clan. No one in the entire Eastern Barren territory will be comparable to him in a few centuries, the leader of the Moon clan lamented. The disciples trembled inwardly. Virgin Chu Yaoyao looked to the elder. Uncle Master, what kind of power is this? The Eastern Barren territory belongs to the younger generation. Lu Nantian and Gu Donglio's powers are enough to defeat the leaders of the top forces, the elder said. In addition to the Moon clan, everyone present understood what this top match meant. Before, the first disciple of the cottage came down to challenge the clan leader of the Futian sword clan. Now, did the third disciple of the cottage and Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan have the same abilities? Yi Futian naturally felt the intent power in the heat as well. Felt familiar. Senior brother, is this sage intent? Yi Futian asked, gazing at the battlefield. Yes. Luo Fan nodded. It indeed was sage intent. The sage plane was above the noble plane. Lu Nantian had perceived a bit of a sage's abilities now. How many sages were there in the Eastern Barren territory? Some said that there were none. Others thought that some hid their abilities. Perhaps there truly was a sage. But no matter what, sages were the undisputable top in the Eastern Barren territory. Now Lu Nantian released a bit of sage intent. Of course it would shake many hearts. This was why the Moon clan claimed that even in the entire Eastern Barren territory, no one could surpass him in a few centuries. A sage could create a spell with a thought. Lu Nantian wasn't a sage, but he already had some of the ability. At this time Lu Nantian shone brilliantly. The spiritual qi resonated with him and endless flames burned towards Gu Donglu. The fire transformed into golden rays, rain of sun swords and world-burning flames. Gu Donglio's body flashed. He was almost supersonically fast. However, the world laws existed. No matter how fast he couldn't be faster than Lu Nantian's thoughts. Boom boom. Gu Donglu was hit and forced back. His body started burning. His white clothing was bathed in fire. Was the powerful cottage disciple going to lose like this? A legend was about to end in the Dongqing College. Was Lu Nantian about to step on the cottage and become an undefeatable legend? Gu Donglu gazed at Lu Nantian. Fire danced wildly on his robe. Suddenly, unbelievably bright light blasted from him. Lin, he uttered. As soon as he spoke, a huge ancient world transformed into light and descended behind him. Bin, Do, Zhe, Jia, Jin, Lai, Qian, Xing. He uttered the Kujian 9 seals of spiritual power. The world resonated with him and incredible light burst from his body. The next moment, an extremely brilliant apparition appeared behind him. It was like his shadow. The 9 words spun around like something sacred. The shadow descended like a god. Chapter 267 Win or Lose. Chapter 267. Win or lose. Everyone was shocked by Gu Donglio's changes. Was this his dharma? A frightening image appeared behind him. The 9 ancient words spiraled. In that instant, spiritual qi resonated with Gu Donglio's body. Frightening power radiated from him. All the fire spells that came at him were destroyed. Clearly, he had fused his life spirit with his dharma, but what was his life spirit? Was it that image or those ancient words? The terrible flames burned towards him, but the 9 words flashed. A 9-word light shield appeared around Gu Donglu. They swirled around him and the flames couldn't get through. At the same time, spiritual qi seemed to reverberate, resonating with the 9 words. Above Lu Nantian, the sage intent enveloped the boundless space. Various golden ravens appeared with the sun god's sword. They flew towards Gu Donglu at the same time. This was much more powerful than the sunset river that Lu Nantian had released. Every attack contained some sage intent. Gu Donglu seemed to not see it. He stepped forward in the air. The surroundings all shook. Thousands upon thousands of ancient words wrapped around him and transformed into a huge palm. It kept slamming down on the incoming attacks. In a moment, shocking currents burst forth and spread around the martial arts platform. Many strong cultivators walked forward, releasing powerful auras. They stood at the front to block the aftershocks. Zhu Qing from the college stepped out too. A formless water spell was released and transformed into a mirror-like shield. It blocked the wild power that swept over. However, her eyes were glued to the platform. Even as the mountain elder, she was still shocked by this battle. Both Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu were too powerful. Right now, Lu Nantian could create a spell with a thought. His spells filled the sky and destroyed everything. Thousands of ancient words wrapped around Gu Donglu and resonated with the world. He seemed to contain unstoppable mightiness. The words circled and the image behind Gu Donglu was like a spirit. The 9 words transformed into 9 beams of light. Bathing in the holy light, Gu Donglio's temperament became even more extraordinary. His white robe fluttered magnificently. He stepped forward. The spells in his path were all destroyed. No spells could approach him. So what if Lu Nantian had a sage's power? Fight him. Gu Donglio's hands moved together. Instantly, endless ancient words whistled past him and gradually formed a mudra. With this, the entire world seemed to shake. Gu Donglu was now like the ruler of the world. Behind him, various images flew out onto the mudra, strengthening it. Junlin mudra, Gu Donglu uttered. The mudra flew out, destroying everything in its path towards Lu Nantian. When Lu Nantian saw this, his previously calm eyes finally looked uncharacteristically serious. He knew that the final battle had come. The opponent before him now was the most powerful Gu Donglu. The world of fire went wild. Endless fire moved towards Lu Nantian. Metal and wind elemental power went to him too. Right now, Lu Nantian seemed to be really burning. His power shot up, about to surpass the noble plane. The will released from his eyes was enough to kill a noble. With the golden raven, Lu Nantian was like the sun god. He gripped the sun god's sword and tore at the incoming ancient words. There was a huge boom and the ancient mudra shook. It cracked and was about to extinguish. Combat mudra. Endless ancient words flew over, transforming into an extremely terrifying mudra. It was filled with combat power and flew towards Lu Nantian. He stared forward. His body was extremely powerful and the golden raven rushed out. It collided with the mudra and the world shook. Destruction mudra. Heavenly soldiers roared and transformed into an indestructible mudra. Iron mudra. Murderous mudra. Gu Donglu continued speaking. 9 mudras appeared in the sky. Endless ancient words hovered in the air, fighting against the sage ability. 9 huge mudras were formed out of thin air and flew towards Lu Nantian. The crowd could only see Lu Nantian wildly fight against the mudras. The 9 seals hovered around him. Thousands upon thousands of words dropped from them endlessly. The spectators seemed to stop breathing. They'd never expected a battle so fierce, despite Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu being the opponents. They were too powerful. The battle between the Sword Saint and Futian Sword Clan were probably just at this level too. Lu Nantian had released sage intent. Everyone had thought that he would definitely win and there would be no surprises. But then Gu Donglu seemed unwilling to let the cottage's legend die. His abilities evolved again and he transformed into an undefeatable king. Who could defeat a Gu Donglu like this? The Donghua clan were no longer so confident. Right now, Gu Donglu was too dazzling. He had landed before Lu Nantian. The 9 words circled him and the godlike dharma behind him was undefeatable. When he landed, the heavy words became even stronger. They seemed to transform into a matrix and mudras streamed endlessly towards Lu Nantian. Boom boom boom. Lu Nantian stood there as endless mudras flew to him. Power kept shaking around him. The sun that enveloped him trembled too. Staring at Gu Donglu, toughness flashed past his eyes. This was not just his battle. It represented the entire Donghua clan. Fire descended from the vast sky. Endless birds melded into his body as he released his will. He instantly entered a focus state. His body suddenly disappeared and became illusory. At the same time, his figure appeared in another space. The ancient words around him started burning. Next, multiple images of him appeared in the sky. Each figure possessed the power to destroy everything. They only had one target, Gu Donglu. Gu Dongliu's long hair fluttered. He felt the omnipresent threat and his expression was as sharp as before. The Dharma behind him released horrible power and the 9 words spun violently. He created a mudra and uttered, 9 seals to 1. Kill. Then, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. Endless copies of Lu Nantian charged towards Gu Donglu at once. At the same time, countless ancient words and mudras grouped around Gu Donglu. Instantly, the sky and earth shook and rumbled without end. Everyone saw the various copies of Lu Nantian get destroyed. They also saw Gu Donglu suffer a horrible attack, but he still stood there like an undying figure. His body released a horrible aura. Like a god, all the power in the world seemed to be his. The next moment, they saw a sun with Gu Donglu as the heart. It stretched out and the sky seemed to be close to burning. Careful. Elders of each top force felt the extreme power. Many high-level nobles walked forward at once to release their energy and create a defense spell. Countless light shields rose up around the martial arts platform, stopping those horrible shockwaves. Cracks kept sounding as many spells were broken. And this was just the shockwaves. What kind of pressure did the 2 fighters withstand? Everyone stared forward. They could no longer see Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu anymore as they were at the heart of the storm. The shockwaves lasted for a while before the destructive force dissipated. At the same time, many people vaguely saw the 2 amongst the flames and light. They stood quietly, staring at each other. Time seemed to stop. Everyone cancelled their spells as they stared at the 2. Who won? Many held their breaths, especially those from the Donghua clan and college. Finally, under everyone's scrutiny, Lu Nantian fell over. Senior brother. Nantian. The Donghua clan's hearts shook as if their belief had caved in. Many people charged towards the martial arts platform to help Lu Nantian up. But he raised his hand and stopped them. Blood kept flowing from his mouth. This top figure looked so pathetic now. However, he still tried to pick himself up. No one supported him. Glancing at Gu Donglu, he turned with difficulty and walked away while swaying. Right now, he was bent over and his steps were unsteady. He was clearly badly injured. Lu Nantian had lost. But could anyone say he wasn't strong? Could the Donghua clan blame him? Seeing that swaying figure, everyone was moved. In the cultivation world, losing was always humiliating, but no one thought Lu Nantian's loss was embarrassing. He lost but was still a hero. His abilities were enough to be at the uppermost level of the Eastern Barren territory. No one had the right to mock him. How many people could defeat him? They could only lament why the cottage existed when there was someone like Lu Nantian. The cottage had Gu Donglu. Countless eyes fell on him. The past was the past and Gu Donglu was now number 1 in the Eastern Barren territory. Disabling the Donghua clan noble outside the Qin Palace had told everyone how proud he was. Today, they finally truly understood that the 3rd disciple of the cottage was at the same level as those big figures of the Eastern Barren territory. He was also someone at the peak now. Lu Nantian had been the most monstrously talented in centuries in the Eastern Barren territory. He was so powerful that he even possessed some sage abilities. But even so, he still lost. The winner between the Donghua clan and cottage was still the cottage. The myth was not proved wrong and the legend was still a legend. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan wanted to kill the legend, but even with Lu Nanshan's unconventional power, they still failed. What kind of place was the cottage? Chapter 268 Guard. Chapter 268. Guard. The first disciple of the cottage was given the title of Sword Saint. After today's battle, third disciple Gu Donglu could be made into a saint too. No one knew what the cottage was like. Other than the cottage disciples, no one, even college disciples, had stayed there before. This mysterious place was the sacred land for many talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Gu Donglu turned around. He was still standing straight, even though his clothes were messy and had some burn marks. But so what? Everyone only had respect and admiration for him, even those not from the college. Someone like him was worthy of respect. Lu Nantian, who had lost, was the same. If he hadn't faced Gu Donglu, Lu Nantian would be the one turned into a saint today. Senior brother, Shuiyi Luofan, and the others walked forward. "Let's go," Gu Donglu said. With that he started walking away. Shuiyi and the others seemed to perceive something. They all followed him. Yi Futian also felt something. He and Yu Sheng followed Gu Donglu out. "Yi Futian," a voice suddenly called out, shattering the silence. Yi Futian looked over to the speaker. Beside the Qin dynasty group, he saw Yin Zhan from the Yin family looking over. "Earlier you stole our 5-element rod and demonic tripod. Today, I wish to see the cottage's abilities as well. You don't qualify." Yi Futian gazed coolly at the man and continued following Gu Donglu. Yin Zhan's eyes hardened. He stared coldly at Yi Futian's back. "The cottage seems like a varied mix." "He's hurt," Qin Yu said while looking at Gu Donglio's leaving backside. Everyone looked at Qin Yu, agreeing inwardly with him. Gu Donglu was probably hurt. The last hit had been too powerful. If someone as strong as Lu Nantian could fall, Gu Donglu couldn't be unharmed. However, he was still standing. Standing meant victory. He had left with his back straight too, even though he was hurt. He was such a proud fellow. Of course he had the right to be proud. Not many in the entire Eastern Barren Territory was more qualified than him to be proud. Gu Donglu was indeed injured. When they walked out of the Dongqing College, there was a massive crowd waiting outside. Seeing Gu Donglu, they became excited. Someone asked straightforwardly, "Who won?" "Shuiyi," Gu Donglu called. Shuiyi understood and went to support Gu Donglio's arm. Then they soared into the air and left. Seeing this, the crowd rustled with noise. Gu Donglu had Shuiyi help him fly? He must be badly hurt, many people guessed. Everyone was talking. If Gu Donglu lost, did it mean the cottage lost? Otherwise, why did they all leave? But the Dongqing College was silent. No one came out other than the people of the cottage, and they didn't know the result. They were all anxious, wishing they could go in immediately and ask, who won this record-breaking top match? The place that the cottage disciples resided in wasn't far from the Dongqing College. They quickly returned. As soon as they landed, Gu Donglu spat out blood. His pallor became pasty and his aura wilted. "Senior brother!" everyone exclaimed. Extremely nervous, they helped him sit down. "It's all right," Gu Donglu said, waving his hand while sitting there. "I'm better now. Lu Nantian is an opponent that deserves to be respected." Everyone agreed. Anyone who could fight with their third senior brother to that extent deserved to be respected. "Senior brother, Lu Nantian has already fallen. So what if they see your injuries? Why did you hide it?" Shuiyi asked. He knew that keeping it down was very bad for the injury. The people of the cottage cannot fall. Gu Donglu looked at Shuiyi Luofan and the others and said, "This has nothing to do with pride. The cottage is too brilliant now. The eyes of the entire Eastern Barren Territory is on us. This is why we can only continue being powerful. Otherwise, it will be a disaster." Hearing his words, everyone grew thoughtful. They vaguely understood him. Where did the reputation of the cottage come from? The two brilliant battles from before were what gave the cottage the almighty status. This was also why countless eyes were on them. Why did the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan partner up to target the college and cottage? Wasn't it because they were too successful? Last time they had worked together to defeat Yi Futian. Yusheng had almost died. It was a test for the cottage, so Gu Donglu had gone directly to the palace to disable the Donghua clan's noble. This wasn't only due to the cottage's pride. It was also to show the world that the cottage couldn't be bullied. Thus Gu Donglu couldn't fall. As long as he and the Sword Saint didn't fall, no one would dare to harm the cottage. On the other hand, if a legend fell, the cottage would no longer be the cottage. They only had 8 disciples. They couldn't take any losses. Anyone's loss was a disaster to the cottage. Shui Yi Luofan, Gu Donglu said, looking at them. The cottage will only be firmly anchored in the Eastern Barren territory when you two reach my plane. Shui Yi and Luofan nodded. Their eyes had never been this serious before. They all knew the responsibility the third senior brother bore. It was the glory of the cottage. Thus he kept going even with the grave injury. Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan was that strong. Could the clan leader be any weaker? Further, with the Donghua clan's heritage, they must have some extremely powerful old guys too. Xiaoshi, Futian, Yusheng, you all need to work hard too. Gu Donglu turned to Yi Xiaoshi and Yi Futian. There was a rare smile on his face. At this moment he didn't look like the strict third senior brother anymore. He looked more like a warm elder who protected their growth. Yi Futian finally realized that even the powerful cottage had such pressure. Third senior brother, don't worry. When I get to your level, the cottage will become immortal. Yi Futian smiled brightly as he looked at Gu Donglu. You should rest well right now. Yes. Gu Donglu looked at him and nodded seriously. Those who know me will understand my arrogance. Those who do not can be abandoned without worry. I believe you can do it. I will work hard. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. The teacher has said that he wishes for the cottage to become the true sacred ground of the Eastern Barren territory. The cottage's disciples all work hard towards this. Gu Donglio's eyes glinted brilliantly. Yi Futian looked at him. Was this the teacher's goal? What did the true sacred ground mean? In the Dongqing College, everyone watched as Gu Donglu left with unsettled hearts. They agreed with Qin Yu's words. Gu Donglu was injured, but this didn't stop him from being the legend of this generation. Everyone present came from a top force of the Eastern Barren territory, and there were many important figures here. However, no one had the confidence to win against Gu Donglu. Seeing this battle made the trip worth it. Qin Yu surveyed the crowd and said, "Today is the first battle of the Dongqing College." The martial arts platform displayed 2 monstrously talented figures. Both were injured. This will be known as a legendary battle for centuries. Everyone's eyes flashed. Qin Yu was tricky too. He only noted that both were injured and didn't mention who had won. This result must have ruined his plan. However, no one refuted him. Everyone had seen the result and knew it clearly. Qin Yu wasn't wrong either. This truly was a legendary battle. No one would put Lu Nantian down. With this precedent and the fact that everyone has come from afar to group here, as well as the top forces who have come to support this event, the Dongqing College will not disappoint you all, Qin Yu said slowly. Starting tomorrow, we will erect a battle platform outside the college. The students of the Dongqing College are willing to challenge anyone from the Eastern Barren territory. I hope that, at that time, we will be able to witness everyone's brilliance. With that, he gazed at the college and continued, especially from the Eastern Barren College. I wonder if there is anyone else like Gu Donglu. I believe the Eastern Barren College will not disappoint us. Everyone's eyes flickered. As expected, the defeated Dongqing College wouldn't stop here. They prepared to continue calling the forces of the Eastern Barren territory to fight. Most importantly, they would challenge the Eastern Barren College. Chapter 269 Group Battle. Chapter 269. Group Battle. The people of the Eastern Barren College looked to Qin Yu. Lu Nantian had lost, so now they wanted to win back their reputation with the college? Zhu Qing's eyes flashed coldly. She wanted to see what surprises they prepared other than Lu Nantian. The Dongqing College called everyone from the Eastern Barren territory here, so we hope you all will not be disappointed, Bai Lishu said while looking at Qin Yu. He seemed confrontational. People of the various forces were a bit excited. What would happen tomorrow? Furthermore, Qin Yu had said that this was a battle of the Eastern Barren territory. Any one of the forces could participate. Many people wanted to try and compare themselves to the top talents. Soon after, people began leaving. Outside the Dongqing College, the massive crowd was still waiting. When they saw the people from the top forces come out, they grew lively. People started asking for the result of the battle they'd witnessed. However, the top forces went straight into the air and left. They didn't seem to be in the mood. Even the college left directly. This shocked many people. Did Gu Donglu of the cottage really lose? Senior Mu, how was the battle? Someone asked a senior of a big force in Chaoga City. Clearly they knew each other. Both sides were hurt, but Lu Nantian fell down. An elder replied. As soon as he spoke, everyone looked over. Both sides had been hurt, but Lu Nantian had fallen. The result was clear. Gu Donglu of the cottage had won. I didn't think that Lu Nantian, someone known as a once-in-a-century talent, would lose. Seems like the Donghua clan brags too much. Someone muttered. No. The elder shook his head. Lu Nantian lives up to that title. Everyone's eyes glinted. They saw the respect that flashed through the elder's eyes. Xiaomu said, not many in the Eastern Barren territory can perceive the abilities of a sage. With Lu Nantian's present abilities, he is comparable to those true big figures. He was just unlucky to face the third disciple of the cottage. With that, he sighed and walked away. He sympathized for Lu Nantian but also lamented Gu Donglio's power. As soon as he finished, everyone gaped. Lu Nantian had perceived the abilities of a sage and was comparable to those big figures? They suddenly wished immensely to witness that battle that they had missed. The news quickly spread, rushing towards Chaoga City. The city was shaken. Storms erupted in countless hearts. They all regretted that they couldn't have witnessed it. This battle that was like the one between the Sword Saint and Futian Sword Clan's clan leader had happened so close to them. It had been right in the Dongqing College. However, hearing that there would be more battles tomorrow, everyone felt better. Finally, they could witness something. They couldn't miss it. The Dongqing College invited all forces of the Eastern Barren territory for a challenge. It must be another great event. The cottage didn't care about the discussions of the outer world. Their third senior brother was hurt, so they didn't feel any joy at the victory. This battle was enough to make Gu Donglu a saint, but to them, his health was most important. Luofan helped Gu Donglu leave that night, returning to the cottage. Shui Yi and the others remained in Chaoga City. This matter wasn't over. Gu Donglu had defeated Lu Nantian. The Donghua clan and Qin dynasty naturally were upset. Other than them, some others were upset too. For example, Shiro and Luo Junlin of the Royal Xian Temple. They had witnessed the entire battle too. Gu Donglu was so powerful, and the more powerful he was, the more uncomfortable Luo Junlin was. This meant it was more difficult to kill Yi Futian. They were clear that if Gu Donglu had lost, it would be entirely different. But Gu Donglu had won. Thus anybody, even the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan together, had to think carefully before doing something to the cottage, let alone him. Luo Junlin felt depressed. He realized that if this kept developing, it would get more and more difficult to kill Yi Futian. After all, Yi Futian was growing too. With his talent and a place like the cottage, he would sooner or later turn into someone like Gu Donglu. At that time, even the Royal Xian Temple wouldn't be able to touch Yi Futian. The next morning, people crowded outside the Dongqing College. There was a battle platform outside the Dongqing College and a vast space around it. Only those from the top forces could be there. The other spectators could only watch from afar. Otherwise, they couldn't fit at all. It was unclear how many people were in the city now. Even the air around this place was filled with a sea of people. People from the top forces arrived gradually and took up a portion. The college is here. Everyone looked over. They saw Zhu Qing Zhongsu and Bai Lishu leading the students. Today, the Dongqing College's target was the college, so everyone obviously paid most attention to them. The cottage hasn't appeared. Many noticed that the cottage disciples weren't there. I heard that someone saw Luofan and Gu Donglu leave the inn yesterday. They must have gone back to the cottage to recover, someone commented. Even so, the other disciples should be here. However, they heard that Yin Zhen of the Yin family had challenged Yi Futian yesterday, and was rejected. Yi Futian said Yin Zhen wasn't good enough. Were they afraid of being targeted by the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan? As the top forces arrived, The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan alliance walked out of the Dongqing College to the center front of the platform. They were in charge today. Countless eyes looked to them. Qian Shanmu and Qing Mengrua standing together attracted many eyes. They were too attractive and had just wedded yesterday. They naturally attracted much attention. Qing Mengrua was still as beautiful as before. The pure and elegant girl was now someone's wife. She seemed more like a woman but was still mesmerizing. One of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory, the young princess of the Qin dynasty, was the first to marry. Hua Qingqing was engaged to Lu Nantian too. Only Chu Yaoyao was left. It was rumored that Qin Li of the Qin dynasty was pursuing her. Qin Yu walked forward and said to the crowd, "Yesterday was the opening of the Dongqing College. Using this chance, we invite all top forces for a friendly match. There are no rules today. Anyone who wishes to come up can challenge at will. Anything is fine as long as the other accepts. If anyone who performs well wishes to enter the Dongqing College, be my guest." Finishing, he gazed into the crowd. There wasn't much action. Clearly they were all waiting. Today was mainly for the Dongqing College and Eastern Barren College. The others were mostly here for the show. Of course, if they get interested, they might go try. Seeing no responses, Qin Yu said, "Today the Dongqing College is the host. Then I guess we will go first while saving the best for last." With that, Qin Yu retreated. Some people behind him walked out at the same time. Seeing 2 of them, the spectators were intrigued. Qian Shanmu and Qing Mengrua had walked out at the same time. They had wedded yesterday. Would they start the first battle today? Then everyone realized that other than them, there were 4 more people. The 6 of them stepped onto the platform. Is this a group battle? Everyone was interested. Would the first battle be a group one? Other than Qian Shanmu and Qing Mengrua, the 4 weren't very familiar. However, the 6 had stepped forward as disciples of the Dongqing College. "The 6 of us are all in the lower arcana plane," Qian Shanmu said. "We would like to challenge Xiao Wuji, Yu Qingshan, Su Muge, Zhangteng Tangyi, and Han Feng from the Eastern Barren College." As soon as he spoke, the crowd went wild. The 6 that Qian Shanmu had named were all familiar to them. Of the young generation of the college, Xiao Wuji and Yu Qingshan were definitely well known. The other 4 were a little less skilled, but they were still geniuses of the college. Last year, the weakest of them were already at the top of the Dharma plane. Now, they should probably all be in the lower arcana plane. The Dongqing College wished to make up for their loss with this first battle. However, could Qian Shanmu win with this lineup? The eyes of the college all flashed. He was so ambitious. Did he want to take all the accomplished disciples in the lower arcana plane in one fell swoop? Xiao Wuji walked forward. He hadn't proved himself with a battle since being invited by Tang Yi in the ancient barren world last year. Though his reputation there had already spread through the forces, he'd also displayed extraordinary talent in the college. However, he hadn't displayed his true skills before everyone like the first disciple and Gu Donglu of the cottage had. Today Qian Shanmu gave him this chance. Yu Qingshan also walked forward. Before Xiao Wuji's arrival, he'd already been renowned amongst the college disciples. He was one of those monstrous people. With him, Xiao Wuji, Su Muge, and the others, how could Qian Shanmu's group dare to challenge them? The 6 from the college stepped forward together. Without speaking, they went to the battle platform. Qian Shanmu didn't take advantage of them. They weren't any lower in plane or reputation. This way there was no reason to avoid the challenge. They could only welcome it. The 12 stepped onto the platform. Countless eyes fell on them. Qian Shanmu's group of 6 instantly went into position. Husband and wife, Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua stood on either side. The other 4 stood behind them. Clearly, Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua were prepared to use rhythmic sorcery to aid the battle. It was highly possible they had already prepared for this battle. Amongst the Qin dynasty crowd, Qin Li looked at this and his lips curled into a smirk. He couldn't blame Lu Nantian's loss yesterday. Not even his father could. However, everyone would truly see the Dongqing College's glory today. The era of the Eastern Barren College was over.